All right, we got the wheels spinning now. How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to This and That. I'm your host, Andrew, where we're talking about this, that, and everything in between. Today, we're going to be talking about that 50-50 dating debate. We're going to be trying to understand this in a little bit more detail. We're going to be analyzing the pros and cons of this from both sides of the fence. And then we're going to be, um, seeing what the fans think about the show today. Before we get started, I want to make sure that you guys know to like and subscribe, join the membership. Also, remember that we are live 7 days a week, 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 5 Pacific. So if you are available to come to the show, you come to the show every night of the week, pretty much. I encourage it. In addition to that, we got some this and that memorabilia on the show. You can go to the YouTube channel and see it. You can also see it in Twitch. We will be bringing it to TikTok soon. Twitter, you'll also be seeing it coming up real soon as well. We are working on trying to get our stream key from TikTok. So you guys see at the bottom of the screen how we have a counter there collecting our feed data. So for those people who are coming in from TikTok, make sure that you guys hit that follow button to aid towards our ability to increase our platform so we can get our stream key. In addition to that, if you are interested in getting more information on the show, because we do everything from relationship topics, business and finance, health and fitness, we got a lot of stuff that we talk about on the show, different things on different days of the week. Sometimes we talk about politics. We just got to be careful about those politics topics because, TikTok's not a big fan of the politics topics, and it kind of just really makes the whole podcast go squiggly lines because the TikTok really just messes up when you use too many political terms at the same time. However, all the rest of the topics are pretty much good. I know that some people want to ask questions about the Diddy topic because Diddy has been releasing new information, but I did a whole show about the Diddy topic. I encourage you guys to go back and watch it on the YouTube platform. But if you want to talk about the Diddy topic in between Quill, we can kind of touch base on the Diddy topic a little bit throughout the show. If you guys want to come up on the show, here's a thing we have for you guys on TikTok right now until we integrate all of these platforms together, because we got about 3 or 4 platforms right now to try to juggle to make sure that I can bring all of the fans into one place at one time. And you guys over on TikTok, if you guys want to come in, you can click the invite key for right now, and it will give me a notification that invite you guys up onto the screen. And then we can potentially, I could do a share screen from the other one and double it back. And then we'll have a picture in picture for you guys. And then y'all will be able to see, YouTube, and then we'll be able to see you guys over on TikTok side. Likewise, right now you see the picture in picture over here because that is Twitch and Twitter and YouTube over there for you guys primarily here in the TikTok window. So that's one of the reasons why I encourage you guys to hit this button over here on the bottom left side of your screen, and it'll take you over to YouTube where you can join, subscribe to the platform and get insight on all of the upcoming shows on the platform and be able to look at some of the merchandise. So now that we've kind of got that bridge covered, let's get into our topic here. So today we are talking about that 50-50 dating scheme. And I know that I've talked about this a couple times before in the past about how it was expected of us historically for men to primarily carry the bill for pretty much everything. But now, modern day, we are having discussions where some women are willing to do the 50-50 platform. And I love being able to hit this topic today after a couple of days ago when we had a woman up on the show that was talking to us about the difference between the women in the Philippines and how they had some guys that got snatched up. 12 guys no, not even in the Philippines. They were in Colombia. There were some guys, some passport bros that traveled to another country, and 12 of those guys got snatched up and never seen again. And the lady that was talking to me. She was in the comments actually on TikTok specifically. So not even on the YouTube platform. She was on the TikTok platform talking to us about how the guys in Colombia came up missing. And you have to understand that if you are looking for a wife, if you're looking for long-term companionship, your behavior patterns, your thought processes is not going to be the same as if you were trying to go out there and get laid. You will follow a girl into a dark alley to get laid, but you're not following a woman into a dark alley if you're looking for a wife. So when you think about those 12 guys that got taken in Colombia, where they followed a girl back to her supposedly hotel room or her supposedly apartment, got jumped, and then he didn't make it. That's the same as what we have in America, where especially the ops and stuff like that we got going on in modern times in the Gen Z era, little 20-year-olds, you'll be sitting there thinking that your actual girlfriend or whatever, the person that's supposed to be on your side, it brings you to a location, sets you up, and then has allows a group of guys to come run up into the apartment that y'all in and rob y'all. And she's sitting there laughing and recording the situation that y'all getting taken. And then, hopefully y'all don't get hurt and killed in the process. But the fact is that when you try to say that a female and this was a female that made the statement, when a female was trying to say that a female in a third world country is more dangerous to try to get involved with than a female in America. No, it's not. It's the risk is almost the same. The difference between the two cultures is that in the Eastern cultures, the women have more respect for the men that they want, and they're not actually going after men just because they're rich. They're going after men that they want to treat them right, and if the man will treat them right, they will dedicate themselves to the man and do whatever the man wants. Now, they will aim for the idealization that the man should be rich if he flew to her country from America, because America is misleadingly designed to be perceived as the most richest country in the world. It is not. It's the most expensive country in the world, or not the most expensive country in the world. It is just extremely expensive in comparison to the other countries like Vietnam, Japan, and Philippines, where the standard of living is between 30 and 25% of the cost of America. I actually got off the phone yesterday before the show. I was talking to somebody because we're still dealing with the internet situation. It has improved. I think it just had to go through several dozen updates over the past 48 hours since I attacked the device on Tuesday. But I was talking to tech support for about an hour and 20 minutes. But not because of the device, but because she was from the Philippines, and it turned out there's a call center in the Philippines that my internet services is working through, and a lot of the people that work there encouraged me to come to the Philippines, and I'm like, I bring the whole business to the Philippines. I already told you guys that when we start traveling, we're going to be taking the podcast state to state, country to country, continent to continent, depending upon the quantity of views that we have and the most popular states, cities, countries that are looking at our podcast, because we want to show appreciation to the fans, but likewise, in addition to showing appreciation to the fans, we want to get out there and we want to see what's going on out there and experience some new restaurants, experience some new cultures, experience some new subcultures here in the United States, but being able to go to different places and experience different things and be able to engage with different people is how you end up finding that right person. Now, when the lady was talking about going to the Philippines, which is the foundational discussion for today's show, and we were comparing in real time how much it costs to live in the Philippines versus how much it costs to live out here in the United States. And typically, like I discussed with her, it's about $10 to $20 per person per day to eat in the United States. That's standard if you're like eating and not being hungry after you eat. But if you're really trying to squeeze money, like I'm gonna be doing a show later on in the month where we're going to be talking about the best ways to put together some meal plans for you to actually have a more fiscally responsible eating habits. Like if y'all seen on TikTok how John Cena said, "Oh man, I had this plan on how I was able to survive off of $50 a day." dude, $50 a day. You got folks right now that's surviving off of $10 a day. Because you got some folks that's getting food stamp cards, and their food stamp card is $2.95, and they stretching that 30 days. So that means they spending not $10. They spending less than that, because you're looking at $10 a day for 29 days, and then the other day you don't got nothing. So you trying to spend like $9 or $8 a day every day, so that your food stamp card goes from re-up to re-up. And when you think about, can you really eat 3 square meals a day or 3 good meals a day for $10 a day, or are you eating like really basic meals, trying to get 3 meals in a day? Are you eating basic meals at like $2 to $3 per meal, $6 a day, where you can stretch your food over the course of 30 days? And that's a good question. That's a real good question. We're going to go into it. I'm going to try to do some research on it. I understand that I don't have a lot of visual aids on this podcast, but that's okay. I'll be able to tell you what's going on. And then, if I throw a short out of it, I might throw some visual aids in short. But fact is, I was talking to a lady in the Philippines, and she was discussing with me about how the cost of living in the Philippines for a single mother with 5 kids could be handled with less than $1,000 a month. Single mother with 5 kids so an adult and 5 children could handle $1,000 a month income and be good, like everything paid for. Shit. I'm talking about, can we feed 5 kids in America as a single parent with $1,000 a month? I'm sitting over here thinking like it's got to be our greed or the value of the prices of the food that we're buying. But I know that $300 a month doesn't always feed one person. And when you start talking about 5 kids, and you're talking about, probably the same amount of money, you're looking at $300 a person per month. You're looking at 5 kids. You're looking at almost 3,000, but what $2,500 or more for just the food. Between $2,500 and $3,000 for just the food. You're not looking at lights, water, gas bills, all this. Just feeding everybody. Between $10 and $20, and that's being really cheap, between $10 and $20 per person. So, when we were talking about how the lady was telling me how, it's so dangerous to go to those other countries, passport bros is out there getting snatched up and blah, 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 blah. And I had to explain to her that if the men change their perspective from trying to get laid and focused on trying to get to know the girl, to decide if he's going to make her a wife and maybe fly her back to his country, even if he's going to fly her back to his country for a few months and then fly her back to her country so that they can spend more time in her country than they spend in his country, he's going to figure something out where they're going to make it work for the two of them, where they don't have any issues. But he's looking for which woman is going to be costing him the $1,000 to $2,000 one-way ticket to America, $2,000 to $2,500 round trip ticket from the Philippines to America and back. And you got to understand that when you say that an American woman is better than a Asian woman or a Switzerland or a Finland woman or a German or a Russian woman, you have to really be thinking about exactly what are the American women bringing to the table that the women in the eastern part of the world are not bringing to the table. Because you have to also think about the fact that the women in the eastern part of the world actually have degrees, at least one, if not 2 or 3. The women in the eastern part of the world are also educated to the levels of multiple languages. So if they're talking in multiple languages, they're translating in multiple languages. They're also smart enough to be able to read, write, count, spell, pay bills, and follow your instructions as far as being fiscally responsible. They're going to have some culture shocks. because you're going to show them the difference between the way you guys do things in America versus the way they did things in the Philippines. But you're still going to have primarily the individuals that are going to show up and make it do what it do, right? So with that being said, in America, the women have an expectation. The women expect the man to take them out on dinners, expensive outings, and then wow the girl. We talked about this on the show quite a few times before. And as you wow the girl might decide that this level of excitement and entertainment is something that she wants to deal with on a regular basis, and that she will then be willing to come in more often to engage with you. But in the Philippines, they're taking you. We showed you a video one time before in August where the lady was taking the man out. She was paying for him, showing him her city, and then he was deciding on whether or not he was going to keep her. I told y'all this on the show last week. It makes actually more sense if the woman takes a man out and proves to the man that she's worthy of him before he starts opening his wallet and paying for her for the rest of his life, because that would be the true ideology of splitting down the middle, because she earns him so that he can then finance her for the rest of her life. We have with the 50-50 topic that we're talking about today, we've got some females that have said, well, we should go Dutch. We should do 50-50. Well, if you're always paying for yourself and then I'm always paying for myself, then we've never actually intertwined with one another. But yeah, you could say if you're just paying for yourself, you can't be too greedy on my dollar. And if I'm paying for myself, then I'm still paying. But nowhere in there is a woman saying, well, I'm going to show this man what I'm worth to change the dynamic. But 50-50 does take a little bit of the financial obligation off of the man, because the woman from the first date, you've got her social media account that you're communicating with, because some girls are saying now, I don't feel comfortable with giving out my number. Bullshit. If he was in a Lambo, you'd be giving him your fucking phone number. You'd be writing your address down on a postcard so that his ass could come to the house. The motherfucker showed up in a fucking limo, had a chauffeur. Motherfucker had two dudes standing next to him holding briefcases with cash in them. Your ass would be doing more than you'd be giving them your birth certificate, social security card. You'd be going, don't be telling me that you're not gonna give a man your contact information because he broke. That's really what you're trying to say, is that you really don't want to talk to him because he looked like he broke. But if he was riding in something that you wanted to ride in too, you'd be trying to get in that car. If he was driving your dream car, you'd be trying to get in that car because you want what he's got. So you would be insisting on giving him your cell phone number. But what we got these days, we've got women saying, well, I just want to give him my social media handle, my Instagram or something, because Instagram is becoming more popular with the next generation. Some people got a Snapchat that they sling around, so that you got to hit them up on social media, and then while you in their DMs, you're gonna text message each other back and forth the same way you'd be text messaging each other on a regular line, for you guys to set something up for you to go ahead and go hang out with the girl. Now, the weirdest thing about this is that while you're going through these motions, she has not proven herself to you. She hasn't even really identified herself truthfully. She's making it more difficult for you to get to know who she is, because she's not sure if you're valuable enough to her for her to even identify herself. That's the concept that you have there. Now, once you've proven yourself to her, so man is always on the proving grounds. And since you've proven yourself to her in this particular dynamic enough for her to say, okay, I'll be seen with you in public, that's when you can hopefully get your 50-50 dynamic, where women are going to see the man, like you guys are going to meet up, or like she'll have you pick her up and she might give you a little gas money. You might have a situation where you might pick her up and pay for the gas. She might pay for some of the cover, or some kind of way where y'all work it out where y'all end up at the restaurant or location that y'all were going to go to, and then you pay for a little bit of stuff and she pays a little bit of stuff. It's not going to be 100% 50-50, but it's going to be kind of reasonably less, because where your money might run out for the shit that she wants to do, her money will keep it going so that you guys can enjoy your time together. But in enjoying your time together, you're still not having those long-winded, drawn-out conversations where you're really getting to find out if she's dedicated to you. Now, true, you got these females, they always they don't feel comfortable with telling you what their real name is, but they ask you what your name is. Then when after they ask you what your name is, then they ask you what you do for a living. And if you don't tell them what you do for a living, you're shady. Well, why are you analyzing my income? Do you want to know if I have a job? Yes, I have a job. Yes, I work. Actually, regularly. So now that we've established that, I can tell you when I'm not at work, and then we can continue trying to figure each other out. We had one of the fans come up onto the show. Actually, I found some information about it. We were supposed to put that up there. He wanted to know, should he tell a girl about his wealth in a relationship, or should he keep it a secret? And as much as possible, you keep it a secret. If you're wealthy enough where you've got multiple properties, you've got your main house that you live in, you've got another house that's like a vacation home or something like that, or if it's in the same city, if it's just a less valuable house that you don't go to very often, you haven't rented it out yet, but you still have access to it, you go to that, you take your hoopty, you park it at that place, and then you go back and forth to that place. When you're meeting a girl and she wants to go back to your place, she goes back to your hood house. It's technically a waste of resources, but I mean, if you really want to keep your wealth a secret, that's a good way to do it, because instead of you paying for a hotel, you have capital invested in this asset, where you're utilizing this asset to keep her from knowing where your real house is. But either way, you're looking at a female where if she is coming to see like what kind of lifestyle you live at, and you got your regular like one-story house with a 20-year-old car, you don't look like you really got too much, then she'll say, oh, he got it, and she'll talk to you and try to get to know you if she's interested in you yourself. But I mean, if you look too broke, she's gonna walk away. Now, it's gonna be a like those gold digger videos when you're testing the girl's salt to see if she's worthy, because there are some very attractive women that could care less what kind of vehicle you could have. They have some very attractive women that could care less how much money you make. They have some very successful women who could care less what kind of resources you have, and they actually like you for who you are. They're hard to find, though. So while they do exist, the fact is the average man does not really encounter those women. So the 50-50 dynamic that's being offered to us right now, to some men from very few women, it does make a little bit of sense to see that, because that dynamic gives us the ability to have less expenses come out in the beginning of the date. But I ask you ladies, why do you believe that it is still the expectation that the man, not knowing your worth to him, is supposed to be investing so much in finding out how much you're worth to him, when you can clearly just balance the books and assess how much he's worth to you? I've said plenty of times before, that if you can help it, don't let a woman know how much money you make. And we had one of the fans come up on the show and ask me if that was a thing, and I'm like, yeah. She should not know. It doesn't matter if you guys have been dating for 6 months, if you guys have been dating for 2 or 3 years. If she has not shown herself to be worthy enough to have such confidential information, she is not supposed to know what your bank accounts are. She is not supposed to have access to you. You're really supposed to have you like a safe or a vault or something like that in a different room where she doesn't have access to the passcodes. And you might have to get you one of those rotating authentication keys that you have to type into the thing so that you can unlock the safe, so that you can go get your wallet out, because she should not have access to your credit cards. She should not have access to your checkbook. She should not see your bank statements. Your bank statements should be coming online. We have online banking. That you should not be getting any bank statements mailed to your house. You should get bank statements emailed to you, so that Barbie's back. So y'all about to get it now. we got good Q&A right now because Barbie's back. She said, my ex is dating a single mother, and I want to know why. He's never had his life together, but I really want to get a guy's perspective on why. Would you date a single mom? All right, so redirecting our story today. Yes, I would date a single mom, but no, I don't think it's a good idea to date a single mom because of the obligations that we have as men. So, regardless of whether or not a man's got his stuff together, that's one of the biggest issues that women are dealing with these days, because women are not judging a man for his character, what he's capable of, what he can do for you, as far as making sure that your basic needs are met, protecting you, keeping you from knocking yourself out, falling, getting rained on when your stomach hurt in the middle of the night. He's going out in the middle of the night with 2 hours of sleep, trying to find you some cold medicine to make you feel better, kind of stuff. The catering that you get from your man, you don't care about that shit. What you care about is that he doesn't have his shit together because he doesn't own his own house. He doesn't have a big business. He probably making minimum wage, working double overtime, trying to make ends meet, and he don't got enough money. Well, that is 70% of the American men. So, I mean, you say he don't got his shit together, but you're not motivating him to get his shit together. You're not helping him boost up his income. You're not helping him get his wealth together so that he has more money, so that he can be more financially stable. And then him treating you well, in addition to that, instead of him just wasting his money on you, would be your ability to feel appreciated and valued, not spent money on. And then y'all would be able to take good care of one another to the magnitude that y'all are not suffering, and y'all are happy with each other's presence. But most people are actually just happy with the stuff that is bought for them, the places they are taken, and the money that's being wasted, so that they can take pictures and photos and show people on social media and brag about how their significant other is doing so much for them financially, as far as entertaining their expectations. But that's not really taking care of you. Taking care of you is making sure that you don't starve. Taking care of you is making sure that if you are working and he is working and you are hungry, that he makes sure that you ate before he eats. He makes sure that you get a bath before he gets a bath. He makes sure that you got a good place to sleep. So before I answer your question, I just want to tell you that you say that he ain't got his stuff together. Your responsibility as his woman was to make sure that he gets his stuff together. That's your investment in the man. And when you invest in your man by making sure that he gets his stuff together, then he has more stuff to give to you. So because you failed as a woman to invest in your man, he was not worthy enough to stay with you because he didn't have the resources that you wanted him to have. Because just like if you don't invest in Bitcoin, Bitcoin don't pay you. If you don't invest in your man is not valuable enough for you to receive dividends from that man. So when it comes down to the single woman thing, men date single women all the time. And when men date single women, the single mothers, preferably, the problem that the men have is, first dynamic issue that we have is the relationship between the man and the child, especially if it's a female child. You can't be too nice to the child. You can't be too mean to the child. Your disciplinary strategies as an adult and a parent is different from the mother's. Her willingness to talk to the children any kind of way is not her allowance to you to talk to the children the same way. However, her ability to tell you what to do and what not to do as far as her child is going to overrule what you would prefer to be done. So her child could be unruly and you got to deal with it because it's not your kid. The other issue is that if you formulate an attachment, because how you treat the child is going to determine your relationship with the child's mother. So if you treat the child like gold, then your relationship with the child's mother is going to be better than what it would be if you ignored the child. So dating a woman with a child is very problematic for the man, but you also have 2 extra mouths to feed. So you're not just getting the woman that you want, you're getting the woman and the child that she has. And you have no choice about that. It's a package deal. It's like buying a Mustang. It's like buying a Hellcat with a trailer hitch that's got a trailer that you can't take off of it. You want the Hellcat, but you got to take the fucking trailer because it's bolted onto the car. You have no choice in that matter. So because of that, if you accept the woman and the child and you formulate a positive relationship with the child, the issue is that's not your child. So if the relationship falls apart, because women leave 70 to 90% of the time, men leave 10 to 30% of the time because they're not happy with how they're being treated. Women leave 70 to 90% of the time because they're just not satisfied. It's not because the man is abusive. It's not because the man is cheating on her with somebody else. It's just because basically the man is broke in her expectations. He's not spending enough money on her, or he doesn't have enough time for her because he's working 2 jobs, because he needs to work 2 jobs to be able to take care of her. So there's a lot of reasons why women leave men, but there's only one reason why men leave, 2, because men are going to leave women because, I mean, if you're cheating, you ain't worthy, and you're mistreating them, you ain't worthy. So those are like the only 2 reasons. A man's not going to leave a woman because she's not bringing enough money to the table. We don't give a shit about that. We're not going to leave a woman because she's not smart enough. We don't give a shit about that. But we are going to leave if you're not faithful, and we are going to leave if you're disrespectful. We're going to leave if you don't follow instructions because you're making a bad situation worse, because times is tough and I need you to help me. I'm telling you what the plan is. You don't want me to tell you what to do. The president of the United States is told what to do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that's the most powerful man in the country. He's got 5 different men telling him when to sit down, shut up, get up, let's go. And you're telling me that I'm responsible for you, and I can't even tell you when it's time for us to go. That's not going to work out for me. So that's one of the reasons why men leave women. But when it comes down to the man with the woman that has the kids, if he's formulated a bond with these children where this child is almost like his own child, and then him and her break up, he's got to sever ties with the child too, because that's not his child. He has no entitlement to that child. So if when she leaves him, she takes her child and she go on. So now he done lost out on 2 people that matter to him. And that's going to be more devastating to him than it is to the mother. It's going to be devastating to the child if the child formulated a bond with the man, but it's not going to be, the child's devastation doesn't impact the mother, because the mother's not going to say, oh, we're going to stay together for the sake of the kids. You ain't even the child daddy. So do men date single mothers? Yes, but we typically, after we've dated single mothers and we come to recognize that not only do we have a dual financial obligation, we have a conflict of authority, we have a conflict of cooperation, and then we have to have double the laws. A lot of us defer ourselves from engaging with the single mothers because it is less impactful on a man when we have to disassociate ourselves with a single woman, with just the woman. It is more impactful on a man for us to disassociate with a woman with children. And it's a bigger financial bind. The more children she has, the more mouths she got to feed. And this isn't a gradual progression, as if like if we were dating and we had 1 kid, and then down the line we had a second kid. The first kid is a year old or so. The second kid is born. The third kid is born. The second kid is a year and a half. The third kid is 3 years old. That's a big difference than going from having no mouths to feed to having 3-4 mouths to feed at the same time. Let's catch up with some of these comments that Barbie's got here. She says, when I was dating him, he was really flaky, but he's on Instagram saying he loves this girl. He was never like that with me, and it hurts really bad. Well, why are you still following him on Instagram? That's your ex. You shouldn't give a shit what the fuck he's doing on Instagram, who he talking to, or why the fuck he talking to them, because that's your ex. If he wasn't talking, men are not linear when it comes down to each different woman that they treat. They don't, some behavior patterns are the same. Some behavior patterns are different. Some investment in some women are going to be the same, and some investment in some women are going to be different. So a man might use certain phrases with you that he might have used with a girl 5 years ago. You going through his phone and you going through all of his text messages all the way into his deep dark past, and he might use the same type of phrase with you that he used with somebody else. And now you're going to treat him like shit because you're not the first woman he said those lines. It's bullshit. He's still telling you how important you are, even though at this moment in time, you're about as important to him as somebody else was 5 years ago. Doesn't change the fact that you are right now the most important person to him right now. But when you are his ex, it don't matter what the fuck he was doing and who he was doing it with, because that's your ex. He don't give a fuck what you doing. He shouldn't be giving a fuck what you doing. If you wasn't trying to him being flaky because he didn't do what you said do when you said do it, not being where you wanted him to be at, or not telling you where he was going because you was tracking him down like a rabid pit bull, that's not him being flaky. You got to understand there are some men that are deceitful, but there are also some men that just really want to take their ass to work and come back to the house and not be stalked by their girlfriend. I mean, it's romantic when a girl is going to sit at the house and cook and make a man's favorite meal and bring it to his job. But it's a whole nother thing for you to be kicking in mama's dough, talking about some where the fuck he at, let me smell his dick. Y'all be acting reckless out here in America with how y'all treat y'all men. Y'all be treating y'all men like that's your slave, like that's y'all puppet, y'all pet. And if he don't act that way, y'all flip out on a man. And y'all be going to everywhere you think the man is supposed to be, making a scene, embarrassing the fucking man, because that's the worst thing in the world to do. Is to, he ain't gonna tell you where the fuck he going because he don't want you to show up there and embarrass him in front of everybody else. You are not supposed to be trying to embarrass your man. You are supposed to show up and be respectful. You are supposed to represent your relationship and your man with the highest level of respect. So you're supposed to dress with the highest level of respect. You're not supposed to have your ass and titties hanging out. You're not supposed to have your print hanging out. Nobody should be able to see your camel toe from across the room. You are supposed to be modest. You're not. You're out there looking like one of them 304s that's dancing on a Nicki Minaj video, and you swear up and down that you look attractive. But why are you attracting other men while you're with a man? Then you're going to say that the man that you got is flaky. How flaky were you when you were out there misrepresenting yourself in your relationship with your man? But moving on to some of these other things, because like I said, you're not supposed to be paying attention. I'm not going to just say that, oh, he's a saint and he didn't do no wrong, because I said before, it take two people to fuck up a relationship, but I'm also not pulling no punches. As much as he could have not performed correctly in his relationship, you also had some obligations that you failed to adhere to, which is one of the reasons why you was going through what you was going through with him. So let's see what else we got going on. I couldn't support him because I rarely saw him, like once every 4 months. I think he's still flaky because he's supposed to have 2 flights because he does jujitsu and those fights never happen. Are you dating a prize fighter, man? Because first of all, what kind of relationship you got where you seeing the man once every 4 months? And there are some times where prize fighters have scheduled fights and those fights get canceled. That ain't on him. That ain't him being flaky. And wherever he flying to go get beat up so that he can get paid, ain't got nothing to do with whether or not it's in your neighborhood. And if it ain't in your neighborhood, then he ain't gonna fly to you. So, you know, that's the men who travel. I have a show coming up where we're going to be talking about the long distance relationships and the effort that you need to put into those long distance relationships. I had a gentleman from Taiwan that I was talking to. He lived in Las Vegas. And I was telling him that while he was away from his girl, because he was going to be gone for 6 months, I told him, go to different places in Taiwan, take pictures of stuff that you notice she liked, send it to her and tell her that he was thinking about her when he saw this. He said that he don't do stuff like that, but and he says that he don't think that she would like that. But then he tells me that she uses him as a restaurant Rolodex. She will take pictures of all the restaurants that she wants to go to, and she will send it to him, and then tell him that she wants to go to these places. Now, she doing him the same thing, just different. I want to go here. Now, if he got a Rolodex of all of the places that she wants to go to, which it's a whole nother story, because you got to start thinking about how well she doing for her man to be sitting over taking at all these restaurants. But as the man, because she told him, again, ladies, follow instructions, she told him where she wanted to go. So he should never have to ask her, where do you want to eat? Because she gave him 1,000 fucking places that she's never been before that she wants to go to. So depending on how much money he got on his pocket, depending on how much time he's got that day, and depending on how far away one of those restaurants are when it's time for them to go out to eat, he should be able to not even ask her. He should not have to ask her nothing. He should be able to tell her, all right, let's go get something to eat. And she should be able to get in the car without asking questions, or where we going, what we going to eat, all this other shit. She should not ask no questions. Just get in the car and ride. And wherever the fuck we stop, that's where we eating at. Because he gave 1,000 different restaurants that she wanted to go to. If he's taking her to one of the restaurants on that list, every time he take her somewhere to eat, she don't gotta ask questions. She just get in the car, sit down, shut up, go for the ride, show up to wherever it's at, eat the food that she wanted to eat at the place that she ain't never been before, because that's what she said she wanted to go. That is how communication works. it works in reverse with the men. When a man tells a woman what he wants and what he expects and what he needs, because this is how she knows, she don't have to guess. She doesn't have to assume. She knows exactly what the fuck he needs, when he needs it, how often out of the week or the month that he needs it, because he's going to tell her. So if she does what she's told, then she'll be able to make sure that he is satisfied, because she word for word did exactly what he said. And if the shit goes south, he's going to volunteer to fix it because he said do it that way. But when you're doing whatever you want to do and then you don't want to listen, and then you want to get there and say, oh, well, it's your job to fix it as a man, that's not true. It's not my job to fix your fuck up if you're not going to follow my instructions. I take care of my kids, and my kids do what I tell them to do. My kids think that they're grown enough to do whatever the fuck they want. Well, you grown enough to take responsibility for your own fuck up. So if you've got a $2,000 bill because you fucked some shit up, I'm not paying for it because I didn't tell you to go over there and do that. Likewise, if your wife ain't following instructions, you ain't paying for shit. So she says, Barbie goes on to say, I'm just really hurting because why would he want a single mom and not me? He's your ex. Did he leave you for the single mom? And then here we go. The girl does have a daughter, which is about 8. I wonder who. Hold on. I wonder how it will play out since the girl has a daughter. I don't know if he's met the daughter yet. I don't see any pictures of the 3 of them together. I found out since January, and I have been since. Sorry about all the sentences. Oh no, you gotta give me the whole story so that when I go in, you can understand. So from what you're telling me, he left you for another woman, or did you leave him and then he went and got another woman? Because that part wasn't clear. Like I said earlier in the night, I'm not going to change my position. Then only leave women for 2 reasons. 1, she cheated on him, or 2, he doesn't like the way he's being treated by her. So if he left you because of how you was treating him. You wasn't doing what he would have hoped that you would do, and talk to him the way he hoped that you would talk to him, and behave in front of him the way he hoped that you would behave in front of him. And the woman that he left you for does what he wants. So that's a learning process that you have to recognize what first person accountability, what mistakes that you made in your relationship that allowed your relationship to fail. He has the same responsibility, but typically, regardless of a male or a female, when you jump from relationship to relationship, you don't actually take the time to reflect on the last one to recognize where the shit went south. And typically, people who are conflict avoidant and do not recognize their own failures typically deflect from their own responsibilities in the fucking up of the relationship and just write off the failed relationship as it was the other person's fault, when they also had equal responsibility involved in that relationship. So with that being said, you're looking at, you yourself can only fix what you do in your relationship so that your next relationship doesn't get fucked up as bad as this one. When you talk about how he met a girl, she's got an 8-year-old child. 8-year-old kids are good. 8-year-old kids are probably the most innocent and most able to be bonded with. The 15 and 16-year-olds are going to have jealousy and resentment, and they're going to hate your guts. Mom can't have new partners, and you know, you're not my dad and all this other stuff. But 8-year-olds are going to be like, okay, new person. I can be friends with this person. We can go have fun and play dominoes. As long as you don't mistreat the child, you have a positive relationship with that kid. So 8-year-olds are really good. The relationship is only going to play out successfully if the woman is doing whatever the man needs her to do, respecting him the way he wants her to respect him, valuing him and appreciating him the way he wants to be valued and appreciated. And he puts the effort into making sure that her and her daughter's needs are met to the best of his ability. And you say, well, you don't follow him, you blocked him, and you don't want him to find you. But you do understand that in order for you to know that he's talking to another girl on Instagram, you've got to be following his Instagram story. So while he's not able to contact you, you're definitely able to check up on him, because you're able to know that he's talking to somebody else on Instagram. So why, if you blocked him, are you paying attention to him on Instagram? Now she's gonna come and ask me, y'all, what is a prize fighter? You said he's doing jujitsu and he's flying in somewhere, so he's not a prize fighter because he got knocked out. No, he could be a prize fighter and still get knocked out. It's just the principle, the fact that he lost that day. If he fights for money, that is considered a prize fighter. You said something about him flying to different places for jiu-jitsu. You're talking about him being allegedly flaky, but you're not really being very clear as to what was flaky about it. The fact is that if you talk to him once every 4 months, you see him 3 times a year. So are you guys talking to one another on social media for the rest of the year? Because if you guys are talking on social media for the rest of the year, then if you get to see him once every 4 months, then that's technically a long distance relationship. But you also have to think about the fact that if you are too far away and a long distance relationship isn't working for him, then the situation would still be that the more convenientness of the woman willing to travel with him and go wherever it is that he wants to go, and your ability to be grounded could limit your ability to be successful with him. I'm not understanding the full totality of this situation to see where the guy went wrong, because typically women leave men more than men leave women. So I expect you to leave him and not really understand why, but just left him. And now you're regretting it and you want him back because he's with another woman. And that's usually what happens. Women don't know what they have until it's gone. So you get rid of the man because you feel like he ain't worth shit. And then when the other woman finds value in him, then she sees the value in him that she wasn't paying attention to when she had him. And now she wants him back. That's the situation that it sounds like to me that you're going through, that you got rid of him too quickly. And now you see that he's happy and he can make somebody else happy. You want that happiness from him, and now you want him back. And it's a little bit too late. And you really should just ignore him and let him go and go on ahead and slide your way into a more healthy and positive relationship where you're putting more attention into your man, doing what he wants and following his instructions and aiding him in being successful. Because let me ask you, ladies, while y'all are here on the show today, how many of y'all really get with a man and boost that man's wealth? I'm not talking about like you got a job and you pay some of the bills. I'm talking about like the man got with you and he was broke, and then you broke up with the man because women are going to leave the men. You broke up with the man and the man is rich. You got with him, he was making $30,000 a year, and when you broke up with him, he was making $80,000 a year. You got with him and he was making $50,000, $60,000 a year working on 2 jobs, and when you broke up, he was running his own business that you set up for him. How many times do y'all actually invest yourselves into your man's success so that you can say that you're entitled to his resources? And then if you put all that effort into him, would you really bail out of that shit? Because I know when the women was doing that in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, they stayed with that man 20 years, 40 years, 70 years. Cheating and all, they would stay with that man because she invested in the empire that is him, and she gonna get all of whatever the fuck she's supposed to get out of that shit, regardless of who he's sleeping with, because that's her investment, and she's gonna get her investment. And just like in-house investments in companies, when you invest in the stock of the company, when you detach yourself from that company, you leave your stocks in that company. So Barbie goes on to say, the last time I saw him was back in 2020. Why is you talking about somebody from 4 years ago? I haven't seen him since. I was done because I felt / knew he was using me like for a ride when we went on a date. How is he using you for a ride if y'all only see each other once every 4 months? That makes no sense. His Instagram is private. His profile was him and a girl was done talking to him in 2020. I wasn't worried until I found out this year. I was devastated. Why are you devastated that he had this girl from 4 years ago that he's been with for the last 4 years, or that he's been with this past year after he stopped talking to you 4 years ago? I'm still not seeing what he's done wrong. Also, I'm still looking at the fact that when you have the man that he comes over, he flies into town, so he doesn't have a car. You're driving him where he needs to go because you have a car. When are you paying for a plane ticket and flying to his neighborhood so that he could drive you around in his hometown? You guys only see each other once every 4 months, which means that you guys only see each other 3 times a year. How is he using you? Because I mean, the plane ticket to get to you is not cheap. A few $100s to get there. And he's only going to be there for a day or a few days and he's going to fly back. And that's a few $100s to fly in and a few $100s to fly out. Not even sex is that valuable for a man to spend that much money to fly cross country to sleep with a woman for a couple days and then fly back. It's not that valuable. So I still see that you're saying that you're devastated that you found out that 4 years ago he started becoming exclusive with this other chick, that you left him in 2020. So when you decided that you didn't want to have nothing else to do with him, he moved on. One of the things you got to understand that in this Gen Z era, social media is a thing, and everybody's got a backup for some reason, which is why I stay off of social media. And also at the same time, because men and women do it. Women have the men in the friend zone, that's their backups. Men have women that they don't really socialize with, that's in their DMs, that's their backup. And when they break up, at least with men, typically if they are a one woman at a time kind of man, when they break up with a woman, they typically leave the first woman and then get involved with the second woman. Not very often do the loyal and dedicated men go and have like 5-7 different women in their DMs. So here we are with women that have male friends and work husbands and all this other shit, that they're a homeboy. They got male friends that they call in cousin and brother and all this, that, and the other, no relation at all. And they're having all of these emotional attachments with all of these men, where women are primarily emotional and men are primarily physical. And then these women are getting with these other men while they're on the rocks with their boyfriend or their husband. They don't even have to officially break up. They could just devastate their boyfriend or their husband, or be devastated by their boyfriend or their husband because he said something that she didn't like, or went somewhere that she didn't want him to go, and now she's sleeping with somebody else because she was vulnerable. You're not supposed to have options for you to sleep with by accident because you're vulnerable. You're supposed to have your boyfriend or your husband. That's it. You know, go talk to your grandparents. Go talk to your mom and dad. Go talk to his grandparents and his mom and dad. Don't talk shit about him though. Just go over there and be like, hey, I don't know how to get my shit together with your child or your grandchild. What shit does he like to be done, kind of thing. So Barbie was saying a little while ago, when we were dating, we were not talking on social media by a text or call. He would contact me and we would hang out, right? He lived in the next city over. So that's driving distance. So if you got a car and you drive over and you pick him up, or he drives over and he picks you up, that doesn't make sense with the flying in and out of town once every 4 months. But if y'all had a really a really serious relationship, then you would still have the man, because you're not telling me you from what it sounds like you left him, because if he left you because of a bad attitude, and all that takes is for you to fix your attitude. You're not going to get him back, but the next guy's not going to deal with the bad attitude. But if you left him, it none of that matters. What matters is that you weren't satisfied and you left, and after you left, he got with somebody else. So your question is, do I think that that girl is investing in him? Well, she's doing a hell of a lot more than what you were doing, because he's still there. Oh, so you found out about her in 2024. So y'all, way back in 2020 this happened, and then you found out here in 2024 that the girl, that he's with another chick. So what you're telling me is that you got with this guy, y'all were dating for a while, y'all were in 2 different cities, but y'all were still within commuting distance of one another, and y'all would talk on the phone, y'all would agree to meet up, y'all would hang out, y'all would have y'all a reasonable good time, and then after y'all have a reasonable good time, y'all part ways, go back to your own cities. Y'all never progress a relationship the relationship is not going to progress, because you as a woman have to show your interest in the man before the man can call himself showing his interest, showing more interest in you, because him coming to you is a lot of interest. And you just picking him up for a good time, it's not a lot of interest, especially if he's paying for it. He's not flaky with her, it seems like, and I want to know why. Well, so define flaky then, because you said that you blocked him, so you're not following him on social media, so you don't know what he's got going on, or you're not supposed to know what he's got going on unless you're private investigator over there. So what do you mean by flaky? They've been tougher since 2024, so not 2020. I understand 2024. So we're talking about everything happened this year, apparently. All right. So let's run with that then. Everything happened this year. He dipped, or you got rid of him because you blocked him. You got rid of him, right? He moves on. He's with this chick. He's not being flaky with her. So what about his behavior is flaky? Together. That's okay. I understand. I understand that the auto text is not in our favor. We depend upon technology, and technology doesn't always work for us. So don't worry about it. They've been together this year, so we understand that. And this year, you come to find out that he is more durable in her eyes, or in her presence, than what he was with you. So I'm trying to figure out what is flaky. He was flaky because he wouldn't text back the same day. He wouldn't answer my calls. That's not flaky. If I got to work, I'm not answering my calls. The whole time I'm on this podcast, anybody who calls me, I'm not answering the phone. I have an online business that I have to operate. There are people that I actually am concerned about that I haven't called in 7 days, because I've been working for the past 7 days. Today was my only day off, and because I typically work 18 hours a day, 7 days or 6 days a week at least, this was my only day off. I slept all day today. So even with my only day off, the people that I'm worried the most about, I didn't even roll out of bed and call them to see if they're okay, because I was tired. That's not flaky. If I got shit to do as a man, when men got to work to make money. They don't always call and text their girlfriends to see how they're doing. They go to work, they take their ass to bed, they get up and they go to work. They're a well-oiled machine that way. That's not flaky. You want to know how he's doing, cook him some lunch and bring it to his job. Make some dinner, bring it to his house. You want to know how he's doing, show up. But if you're calling to hang out, if he's free, he'll hang out. If he's not free, he's not hanging out. But you have to understand that a man is not flaky just because he doesn't answer the phone. A man doesn't have an extra girlfriend on the side just because he doesn't text you back the same day. Matter of fact, let me tell you something. I know an 85-year-old woman that got evicted about 3 weeks ago. I was supposed to text her back 7 days ago to see if she found another place to stay. Last time I talked to her, she was still on the sidewalk for about 5 days, where nobody even brought her to another nursing home or anything like that. And I'm actually going to try to touch base with her in the morning to find out if she's okay. But last time I talked to her was last week, Thursday or Friday. Haven't even said, hey, are you okay yet? Text message. Now, I've been grinding. I've been working. I work overnight. I work from now on the podcast. I get off the podcast. I do my thing. And then I do my other job until 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. And then I sleep from 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning until 11 or 12 o'clock. And then I work for the rest of the night until the podcast every day until next week, Thursday. So I don't have time to talk. That doesn't mean that I've got another girl on the side. That doesn't mean that the other person that I'm not talking to is not important. What that means is that I don't have the time. Now, you want the man to prioritize that time. You want to feel special for the man to prioritize his time. What women need to do in order for a man that is working extra hard to maintain, if not build up, what women need to do to get a man to prioritize them is she needs to prioritize his obligations so that he has less obligations, which gives him more time with her. Or she could be with him while he's taking care of those obligations so that he has more time with her. Because if he's got to take care of his shit and get his shit together before he gets with her, then he's as much time as it takes, he's got to fix his problems. And then once he has some free time, he can come and spend time with her. So you say, when I first started dating him, he canceled our date because he thought he called, you thought he got Ebola? Yeah. What exactly do you think the other girl is doing that is so great? So, first of all, I think it would have been COVID, not Ebola, because if he caught Ebola, he would have been quarantined. But I understand that he canceled your first date because y'all got sick. What I believe that the other woman would be doing is accomplishing tasks that were assigned to her by the man that she's with right now. That would be the primary objectives of, because women are not required to bring money to the table. Women are not required to have assets and resources. So a man does not get with a woman for her money. A man gets with a woman for her attitude and her behavior. Men do like the sex that they can get from the woman, but after the sex is over, the attitude and the behavior, the ability to get stuff done, the stuff that he needs and wants done, not just whatever she feels like doing. So when you think about all of the stuff that this man has on his plate that needs to be done, if she is going to conquer some of those things for him, that means that she's helping him. And a helper is what she's doing that you wasn't doing, that had him doing more with her than what he's doing with you. Because if you were helping, then he would be with you. I work overnight. I got bills that need to be paid during the day. If I have a girlfriend that's paying the bills during the day, that earns her the right to know how much money I got. If she's paying my bills with her money so that I can sleep, so that I don't got to wake up to pay the bills, then she's earning the right for me to say, well, don't use your money, use my money. Here's my banking information to pay bills. Because we're living in the same house, you're making sure that the responsibilities are getting taken care of while I'm at the house. You do realize that back in the day, before women were on this feminist movement of Miss Independent, I don't need no man, men ain't shit, this, that, and the third, that women used to follow instructions from the men. Men would get all of their paycheck, 100% of their paycheck, minus like $10, $20 worth of spending money, bus fare, whatever, food money, whatever, that wasn't them taking food to work. They would bring all their money back to their house and give it to their wife. The wife would pay the bills. The wife would fix the man's clothes. The wife would buy the man's new shoes if he needs new shoes. She would keep him dressing sharp for work. She would keep him with food in his stomach. She would keep the kids' clothes fed, clothes clean, and stomachs fed. She would keep the kids clean and school supplies. And if she needed more money, she would just go tell him, bring back more money. He would tell her what he wants to spend money on if he wants to go and buy a car. And then she would put money aside to buy the car. Then when there's enough money in the house to go buy the car, she would tell him there's enough money there to buy the car. That's how things used to be back in the day. Now, it ain't like that. Now, he got to pay for your hair, your nails, your eyelashes, your waist trainer, your tummy tuck, your liposuction, your breast lift or your breast reduction, and your butt lifters and your implants and your Botox and your knuckles and the poofy lips and the shaved eyebrows to tattoo your eyebrows to your forehead and all this other bullshit that a man's got to pay for. And then a man still got to pay for the shit that needs to be taken care of. So your hair look like Beyonce, but y'all in the dark because he gave you money to take care of the bills, but you went and took care of yourself with it. That's what men are dealing with right now. Women do not help the man be successful in today's time. So if that woman that he's with right now is helping him be successful because she's taking responsibilities off of his plate, so that he can rest, so that he's got more wait time to spend time with her, that was the missing piece to your puzzle. Because if the car needs to be serviced, he got two cars, he's going to give you the better car. But if the car needs to be serviced and your ass ain't willing to take the car to get serviced, now on his only day off, he taking the other car and going to get it serviced instead of you taking the car to get serviced for him. Like, I don't understand why y'all don't realize that women are supposed to be helpers. Women are not supposed to be dictators. Women are not supposed to just tell men what to do and then demand men to ignore women all day long and then expect men to be happy while the same woman is cutting a man off on emotional attachments, physical connections. You know, there's no sex involved because she's got a headache, her stomach hurts, she's cramping, she's tired, she don't feel good. Then she tell you, oh, you got to put a ring on her finger in order to bring her a sandwich. All the stuff that women are telling men to do, and all the man is asking you to do is just show up and help out. That's it. Show up and help out. Don't even bring money to the table. Just show up and help out. Whatever you see that is undone because I ain't got the time or the energy to do it, go do that so that I don't got to do it. And we are good. That is all a woman has to do. And the women fought for so much liberation where they now have the equal responsibility of a man to go out and work a 9 to 5 and then come back to the house and still perform their wifely duties of taking care of the house. But the women are now saying that because they have the freedom to go out and work, if they choose to go out and work, because they're working now, they have the right to abandon their responsibility of taking care of the house. So now that she's taking care of the house because she's got a job, he's not taking care of the house because he's got a job. He's taking care of her. She's taking care of her. Ain't nobody taking care of the house. Now he's got to take extra money that he would have spent on her and pay for a housekeeper to take care of the house because she got too much pride to take care of her own house that she sleep in. And then she feel like he ain't shit because he ain't doing it. Y'all tripping. Y'all don't have the right expectations. So she said one time he called me and I went to his house and he wasn't there. Okay. Well, did he tell you to go to the house? When we were at the movies, another girl was calling his phone and her name was Ashley. I asked him who's Ashley. He tried to play it off and said it was his brother. Boys are named Ashley. His brother's name is Alex. Interesting. Does he have more than one brother? That was back in 2015. That's why he said Ebola. So you've been around this dude for almost 10 years. Almost 10 years. How old is this man? How old are you? Because that's two questions that we need to understand real quick. How am I going to help him if we only saw each other about 4 times in a year? He was really secretive and shady, would let me in his friend's house. Well, ma'am, how would you be considering yourself in a committed relationship with him if you only seen him 4 times in a year? And why would he be entitled to be with you or dedicated or obligated in any way to be with you if you feel like you do not have any responsibilities towards him because y'all only see each other 4 times in a year? Because, I mean, it almost seems to me like you're painting a picture that y'all just hooked up 4 times a year when he was in town. And then outside of that, y'all didn't have any community. Y'all talked and y'all texted, y'all shoot the breeze until he was in town again, and then y'all hooked up. That's not him being flaky, though. Because y'all are not progressing your relationship to a level where you're giving him your undivided attention and he's giving you his undivided attention. Men typically are dedicated, and as much as women don't want to admit it, men are more loyal than women. Men are, and you see it in a man's behavior. Women say, no, that's not true because men are dogs. That's not the case. Men actually will get the same old beat up car and they will fix that beat up car until that car gets crashed. Men will stay with a woman no matter how bad she treats him, and then she gets tired of treating him bad and then she'll leave him. The reason why they say that a dog is a man's best friend, not a woman's best friend, because just like the man won't leave the dog won't leave the man, but a woman will leave a man before a dog will leave a man. The man keeps the same barber, eats at the same restaurant, sits at the same table at that restaurant, orders the same food. He develops a routine in his life that is so predictable to the fact that women can actually determine that a man has changed his routine, and they consider that change in routine cheating. They just automatically assume that he's cheating. He's doing something shady and suspicious because he's changed his routine. Even with what you're telling me right now, vaguely, the man's got a routine because he comes and sees you once every 4 months. So every 4 months on the die, here he comes. Men build routines in their life with their relationships, and men build routines in their life with the people that they're in relationships with in their day-to-day operations. If you want to be a more dominating position in a man's life, you've got to show that man that you're worth that. If you're talking about some casual dating, you guys want to just be friends with benefits, nothing serious, then you're in a situation when you are not in a mindset where you're considering long-term companionship. And on this podcast, we typically try to promote people trying to find the right person for long-term companionship, not just regular hookups. We're not giving advice for people to get laid on a regular basis. Could care less if you get laid on a regular basis, because when you're in a committed relationship, you're going to get laid whenever you're available and whenever she's available. So you say it hurts when I say she may be doing a whole lot more than I did, but that's impossible for me to do that when I didn't see him often. Now, it doesn't matter if you had the opportunity to see him often or not. I'm going to be honest with you. I tell the cold hard truth. I don't pull punches. I'm not going to spare people's feelings and tell you a lie. I'm not going to boost your head up. I'm not going to gaslight you with bullshit, trying to make you feel like he's a dog and he ain't shit. And, oh, you should have left him and you did right. I'm not going to give you false senses of confirmation and validation for you to be able to feel comfortable with the decisions that you make. First person accountability, you take responsibility for the decisions that you make. Okay. And when you take responsibility for the decisions that you make, if you feel like you made the wrong choice, then you felt like you made the wrong choice. If you feel like you made the right choice, then you feel like you made the right choice. But you still have to look at your choices, what you did in your relationship and what you didn't do in your relationship. And if you feel like you allowing him to be flaky, as you call it, is something that's not okay, then you need to find a man that's able to be more dedicated. But in order for you to find a man that's able to be more dedicated, since this man travels a lot, since you're talking about he's flying in and out of town, y'all stay one city away from one another, but he's got to catch a fucking plane to you instead of driving over there. You know how much time it takes to take a plane somewhere? You're talking about 2-3 hours minimum to take a plane somewhere. If you're in this next city over, even if you're in fucking California, it's not a 3-hour drive. So I don't understand why you're going to take a 20-minute drive to the airport, catch a plane to the next city. It's just, but that's what you said earlier. You said he's not flying, but you were saying earlier that there was airplanes involved, and there were airplanes involved, and y'all only seen each other a few times a week. And that's one of the good things about this platform, is that we have we have all of the right here when you said I couldn't support him because I really saw him like once every 4 months. I think he's still flaky because he's supposed to have 2 flights, because he does 2 fights, not flights. My apologies. 2 fights because he does jujitsu, and those fights never happened. So you were saying that he had fights like matches, competition matches, not airplane trips. So my mistake. I'm not going to really recant anything else that I said. I'm going to clarify the fact that he's not flying anywhere. He's just a car drive away, and you're not car driving over there on a regular basis. Still, in any relationship, the man has responsibilities, the woman has responsibilities to make the relationship work. It is not just his fault, and it's not just your fault. So I'm not going to sit here and try to bash you because you're a woman and say that, oh, you fucked up your relationship. I'm not going to bash him and say, oh, he ain't shit because he didn't do what you expected him to do. But I'm not going to say that he's not with this girl because this girl might be closer. This girl might be showing up more than you showed up. This girl might be paying more attention to the shit that he needs. But and you not being able to do that might not necessarily be your fault per se. But if you really wanted this man, you would be over there all the goddamn time, even if you had to move. The women in the Philippines wants to date an American man, they will move to America to date that man. If that man flies to the Philippines and she meet him and like him and really want to be with him, she will pack up all of whatever she can and she will fly to fucking America to be with that man. If you're in Jersey and he's in Brooklyn and you want to be with this man, you'll move your ass to Brooklyn. If he's in Los Angeles and you're in Sacramento and you want to be with this man, you'll move your ass to Sacramento. You tell me a story from 2015. Now, that's something that I did not get wrong, because you're telling me that in 2015 that you and him was back then. And then you also tell me that up until 2024, that's almost 9 years. Because you had to clarify the timeline, but you're telling me up until 2024 that y'all was talking to one another. That's almost 9 years of seeing him once every 4 months. Why would you be involved with anybody for almost 9 years where y'all only saw each other once every 4 months and you consider that a relationship? First 12 months, if he's not trying to spend more time with you inside of the first 90 days, if he's not trying to get closer to you inside of the first year, if he's not trying to make space in his life for you to move into his house, or you make space in your life for you to move him into your life, the relationship ain't going nowhere. And that's both of y'all's fault for that. So you say, what do I do if I see them in public? Well, y'all are in two different cities, so how the fuck are you supposed to be seeing him in public? And two, if you say that y'all seen each other in public, then y'all are still socializing in the same stomping grounds, which also means that you're paying attention to what the fuck you doing. All right, so let me do this one and then see that one, because that right there, that explains a lot. So this right here says, I always showed up. He lived with his grandpa, was couch surfing at people's houses. Okay. Is he so if he look you trying to make it seem like he ain't shit, but I can tell you what, that if he over there with his granddaddy and he couch surfing by people's houses, he got a job that he's making money on, and that means that he could have lived at your house, and you ain't trying to build the man up where he got his own finances. If you feel like he wasn't shit because he wasn't financially stable, if you feel like he wasn't shit because he didn't have his own, then why was you seeing him once every 4 months? That's bad decision making. If you feel like that wasn't good enough for you, then why was you seeing him once every 4 months? Secondly, if he treated you right when he was with you, but because he's unstable, the other 3.5 months that he's not with you, he's trying to get his shit together, doing odd jobs in different places and stuff, then he's not going to be with you. And if you're not going to aid him in getting back on his feet, because nobody starts off homeless, they end up homeless. Money is tight. If he's a fighter by trade, that's what he does for a living. He ain't got no money until he wins a fight, and he didn't win the last fight, and he lost everything because all of his money was invested in that last fight. He's got to win another fight before he can go ahead and get some money and pay back the people that have been he's been living off of. Prize fighters got it tough. Prize fighters will sleep on a record board box until they start winning. But as a moderate to high value woman, you would take that prize fighter and move him into your house. And Barbie, you would take Ken and move him into your house and let him live with you until he starts winning some fucking fights. You would feed him well so that he's healthy, so that he can go and win some fucking fights. High protein diet. That way he can build muscle so that he can win those fucking fights. And then when he comes back after getting his ass whooped, you nurse him back to health on your days off so that you're still able to work and take care of both of y'all until he goes out there and wins some of them fights. They got women who date prize fighters, and them prize fighters ain't always champions. And they got women that date men with that got their legs blown off in Iraq and everything like that. So you could have done more. You didn't. But you still haven't told me about the fact that I do believe you left him, though, right? So you left him, and now you're telling me this is the part that I want everybody to pay attention to. 2015 to 2020, these are the dates. You found out about him and his new girl in 2024, 4 years later. If you were out of his life for the past 4 years, what he's doing right now has nothing to do with you. If he would have been with you right now and then sleeping with some other chick, then we would have a whole different conversation to have. But you're telling me that your 4 years ago ex, you caught wind of this year, and you were jealous that he has a happier relationship with this new girl that he didn't have with you. But you believe that he's just as equally the same as he was when he was with you. So in that perspective, you still got to understand that what did you do wrong is that you did not do whatever this other woman is doing is why he's still with her, but he wasn't with you. But you asked me, do I think if he's financially stable right now? It doesn't matter if he's financially stable right now, because if he's living with that girl, I don't know if he is, but if he's living with that girl and she's able to take good care of him until he gets back on his feet, then she's doing what you wasn't doing, because while he was sleeping at his granddaddy house and sleeping on other friends' houses couch surfing, you was with him for 5 years from 2015 to 2020, and he wasn't living with you. You only saw him once every 4 months. So you wasn't really kicking out much effort into a relationship with him for 5 years, only seeing each other once every 4 months. If you've seen each other once every 4 months, that's 3 times a year, which means that y'all seen each other 15 times in 5 years. What kind of relationship is that? Y'all talking on the phone. Y'all a city away. The largest cities that I could think of in Florida, 3-hour drive, 4-hour drive. And you telling me that you've seen each other once every 4 months? That's very little dedication. The next city over is what you said. Not on the other side of the country. The next city over. And from Miami to Orlando is a 3-hour drive. And that's more than one city over. A better excuse is from Orlando to Brandon, or from Orlando to Tampa is kind of like the next city over. And that's a 45-minute drive. And you're telling me that you couldn't make that weekly? Now, you're going to say, he's supposedly a welder. Well, you answered your own question, because if he wasn't financially stable before, but he's a welder now, he's financially stable now. And as a welder, he can get offshore welding jobs, which would have him not in the area of you for 3-4 months at a time, because he's welding offshore. They got 3 weeks on, 1 week off kind of thing. 2 months on, 1 month off kind of thing, where they go out there and work in them oil rigs and then come back. So depending on what kind of job he's got, he's not available because he has to go to work. And on most jobs, whether they're good jobs or bad jobs, on most jobs, especially jobs where you can get hurt, the boss does not allow you to use your cell phone on the job. So if he was talking to you on his way to work, and then once he gets to work, he's got to get off the phone. He can't even tell you I love you goodbye. He's got to stop and clock in and go to work. So if he didn't wrap that conversation up because he was really eagerly listening to what you had to say and responding to your text messages, once he punches that clock, Ashley's got to get off the phone. So you said, I knew he was going to welding school. I didn't know what his job really was. He never told me. Well, it's smart for men not to tell women what they're doing for a living, because a woman will judge him based on his income or his potential income. And instead of a woman investing in a man and saying, oh, well, you're broke, but you're trying to go to welding school so that you can get you a good job as a welder, I'll take care of you until you get that good job. Then you can take care of both of us. Women don't do that. Women say, oh, you're not making a lot of money at your job. That's all right. I don't need you. I can suffer on my own. I don't need an adult debt on my table. But you expect a man to say, I have no problem with taking this female and sometimes her children in as additional debt. It is not an issue. I'm supposed to accept the woman as she is, flaws and all, bullet wounds and surgical scars and C-sections. We're supposed to take it all and say, oh, it is absolutely fine. But a woman is never going to say, oh, you broke down and out. You got into a car crash. You broke your legs. Oh, you lost your job and you're trying to rebuild yourself. Let me take care of you until you get on your feet so that you can take care of me once you get on your feet. No, women don't do that. Women don't do that. Wives will do that. Wives will do that. Wives will say, oh, you lost your job, so I'm going to take care of you because you've been taking care of me all this time already. So I'm going to take care of you till you get back on your feet, because that's what I'm supposed to do as your wife. But girlfriends are supposed to be wife material, and wife material means that you're supposed to be doing as a girlfriend what you would do as a wife. The same way good boyfriends are supposed to be doing husband stuff, because good boyfriends are husbands are not made. Husbands were existing when you were dating him. So he was husband material when you was dating your boyfriend, which means that he was treating you the way a husband would treat his wife when he was dating you. So you get the wife treatment as the girlfriend, as the friend with benefits while he's in a friend zone, but he does not get the wife treatment from you. And then he's got to earn the wife treatment from you by marrying you, but he's not guaranteed the wife treatment. And then when he marries you, you don't have to do anything else, because if he doesn't like what's going on and y'all divorce, you take half of whatever the fuck he's got. So you say him fighting is something he does on the side. That's fine. He can fight on the side, but prize fighters have jobs because they have to eat, and they have to pay for their gym membership, and they have to pay for their trainer a lot of times. So he might be prize fighting on the side for a little side hustle, but he's still welding. They got people who work on boat docks and shit like that, fishermen and everything like that, while they fight when they're not on the docks. Because it's the kind of job that's not going to ask no questions. As long as you can lift and haul, you can come in with black eyes and cuts and bruises and busted lips and everything like that. And they'll be like, hey, how was your fight the other day? And put you to work. But you're not going to be able to work on Wall Street, coming to work with a black eye and bruised knuckles and half your face missing. It's not going to happen on Wall Street. They have an image to uphold. So yeah, he'll work as a welder. He'll work in a warehouse. He'll work on a shipyard or something like that, and then go be a prize fighter if what he really wants to do is fight. But still doesn't change the fact that nowhere in there I'm not hearing your effort in him. I'm just hearing that you don't think that he's shit, but you're slowly leaking out the fact that this man had other stuff to do, and you wasn't satisfied with the time that he was playing with you, paying attention to you. But you're jealous of the fact that 4 years after y'all broke up, he's with a new girl that's giving him what he wasn't getting from you, and you're upset about that. So you're saying, I couldn't see him weekly because I would text him every day with no response. That's what happened. I think he's with this chick because she has her own house. But don't you got your own house? Who all are you staying with? Who all are you staying with? So why do you think he's dating a single mother? Because she has a house and is wife material? No, I don't think that he would be dating a single mother because she has a house. Because if he's able to stay by his grandpa's house and he's able to stay by his homeboy's house, he's not going to move in with this chick just because she's got a house. Men don't want women for their stuff. Men don't need women for their stuff. A man will sleep under a cardboard box at a bus stop until he gets it. His homeboys won't let him sleep on that bus stop. His homeboys will let him crash on the couch. His family won't let him sleep on that bus stop. His family will let him crash on the couch or sleep in one of their bedrooms or sleep in a guest room, in the attic, in the basement, or something like that. The people that value him will not allow him to be unemployed in outdoors or employed in outdoors. You got your own place. You've been with this man for 5 years, and you ain't spent enough time with him to feel comfortable enough to offer him a space in your place. Do you think that it's fair to say that you are unnecessarily jealous of the fact that he's with this girl if this girl decided after a year of being with him or less than a year of being with him that she says, well, you can come and stay with me. I don't mind taking care of you. The woman that was with him for 5 years didn't say that, but the woman that's been with him for less than a year said that. Who should he spend more time with? The one who sees him occasionally, or the one who's willing to invest in his success and say, you know what, instead of you bouncing around from place to place, come stay here. I'll cook for you. I'll make sure that you got what you need. I'll help you with your training. Just be good to my kid. What bothers me is that he never said he loves me, nor was he saying stuff like that on Instagram. I'm just trying to figure out what he wants with her because she has baggage. All women have baggage. She just got kids. She's got extra baggage. But the fact is that men will take a crashed car and restore it. A man will take a woman with baggage and organize that shit. A man will A man in a most destitute position will expend himself even further to put himself out there to take good care of a chick that is not worth taking care of. So when he gets a chick that's willing to invest in him, no matter how much baggage she has, she's aiding him in his objectives. He can make sacrifices for her. And you're saying, oh, he ain't never told you that he loved you. Well, y'all was together for 5 years. How many times did you tell him that you love him and he didn't tell you that you loved him back? And then in 5 years you're with this dude, how many times did you offer this dude anything more than just the once every 4 months hooking up? What did you bring to the table? We've been talking about this for about an hour now. What did you bring to the table? You say you didn't have the opportunity to do anything because he didn't respond. You say that you wasn't able to invest any effort into this relationship that was probably less than an hour drive away because he was too busy. But nowhere in there are first person accountability. You're telling me, like, what did you do to deserve to be in the relationship for 5 years? And then if you understand that there are so many things that you could have done that could be getting done by this other woman, why do you believe that he's just with this woman because she's got a house? And he's got his grandpa's house, he's got his homeboy's house, he's got all these other places to go. Why do you think that a man would get with a woman with a child just because she's got a house? Because that's not his house. So he could be less stressed in a house with his grandpa or in a house with his homeboys than he would be in a house with a chick and a child. Because he's got to be careful what he does with the child. That's a lot more stress to take on. Why would he take on that stress unless he's benefiting from her efforts investing in him? In my opinion, I feel like they have this perfect relationship. I think about them getting married and stuff, and it kills me. Well, yeah, it's supposed to kill you because you did not put that effort into him when you was with him. And now the man that you treated like you didn't want because you actually wanted him, but you wanted him to suffer when you broke up with him, and he's not suffering because you broke up with him. It actually sounds like he's doing better because you broke up with him. And you're depressed about the fact that he's happier without you. But if you recognize the fact that he is happier without you, you have to look at what you did not do in this relationship for his benefit. That is why you and him are not together. Because in your next relationship, because you're not getting back with this guy, in your next relationship, what you failed to do for this man is going to be what you're probably going to be expected to do by the next man in order for you to be in a happy relationship with the next man. I mean, unless you decide to retire out of the game and become an old cat lady. But I mean, if you're going to get you another boyfriend down the line, that's going to still require you to invest yourself into that man, not just have the man spend money on you, go out on dates, put gas in your car, hang out with you, hook up, have fun together, but never do you put effort into his success. I don't understand why you ladies believe that y'all don't have to do anything for the man. That confuses the fuck out of me. Like the men have to do so much for y'all, but why are y'all not thinking about? I said this the other day. I actually ran a few shorts about it over there on YouTube. You go back and look at them, a couple of them. If you treat your man like a stock option, you got to invest in your man, because you don't get nothing from a stock option until you invest in a stock option. If you invest in your man the way you invest in stocks, you put time and effort into this man, you put time and effort into his success, then when he is successful, the dividends of his success comes down to you. If you are not investing in your man, you don't deserve that man. The same way if you're not investing in Bitcoin, you don't deserve any interest from Bitcoin. If you're not investing in Tesla, you don't deserve any money from Tesla. If you don't invest in your man, you don't deserve anything from the man. So you say you did not have the ability to invest in your man because he was too far away. The same way people who don't have money don't have ability to invest in high interest stock. They don't get any money from the high interest stock. You did not get a good relationship out of this man because you did not invest into this relationship. The woman that he's with now probably is happy. They probably will get married. They're probably going to live a lifetime of happiness that you are not going to have with this man because she is doing for this man what you did not do, whatever that may be. And when you face that fact, you then have to come to understand that you need to change your ability to be a partner to a man so that When he is doing everything that he can to make you happy, you are equally doing everything that you can to make him happy. Because if you're not doing everything you can to make him happy, you will be the only one in the relationship being remotely satisfied. And happy wife is a bullshit ass motto, because all that means is that if she's not happy, she's going to make everybody around her miserable. But if she's happy, she's happy. Neither one of those scenarios is the man happy. So got to rethink your position. You got to start investing yourself in your partner if you're going to be in a relationship. Relationships are about two people, not one. It's not just about you and how you feel. It's about him and how he feels. You say you figure they are living together since he says he loves her. So you're following. You said you blocked him earlier in the show. And now you're saying that you're following their timeline. This ex from 4 years ago. And he's talking about how much he loves this girl. He's been with this girl most recently this past year, but you haven't been with him in over 4 years. He might actually love this girl because she's accomplishing or aiding in his agenda. And then you're going to say that it tears you up inside. I was always there when he texted me late at night. You was on the phone, yeah, wanting to hang out. We used my car to drive around, not his, because his wasn't working. Okay. So y'all partied. The distance was not an issue for me. I would drive to the next to see him and even meet him at the house, and we would use my car to drive wherever. Right. But you're driving wherever to hang out. The man still got obligations and responsibilities. The man still got shit that needs to be done. Okay, so you have to understand that a woman is not valuable just because she's available to go party. A woman is not valuable just because she's able to go hang out. She's not valuable because we can have a good time together. She's valuable because we can accomplish shit together. A woman is valuable when we can come up together. So if I'm struggling and you're struggling too, and we get together and we're no longer struggling together, that's a valuable woman. You don't have to be rich for that. I don't have to become rich for that. You could be 20 G's and I could be 20 G's, and we could come together and make 60 G's, and we no longer suffering, and that's a valuable woman. But if you show up to have a good time, I got to pay money to have a good time. Even if you paid money for us to have a good time, I got to stop focusing on work, and I got to not be resting to go to work so that you can have a good time. Even if it's on your dollar. That's not a benefit to the man, because the man still got to get up and take his ass to work and go make money. Women at some point in their life can fall into the arms of a man to be taken care of if they want that. A woman can also equally go and get a career. With all of the affirmative action laws that are still in place for women, a woman can get a career and get elevated in that career in a short period of time and be an alpha boss lady. But nowhere in there do you see a man falling into the arms of a woman saying, oh, it's the best that I can do, and she's going to take care of me for the rest of my days. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. A woman is not going to take a man all the time and say, oh, it's fine, I'll support you for the rest of your life. No, a woman, if a woman, a moderate to high value woman gets with a man who does not have his shit together, and she motivates him into being more successful. When she's motivating him into being more successful, she is putting effort into that man. And then when that man starts being more successful, he takes on his responsibility as the man to take care of her standard of living, to take care of all of her wants, needs, and desires. But a woman that does not want to or does not have the ability to improve the man in any way, besides going to hang out and have a good time, is not, I'm not saying that you're not a valuable woman, you're just not valuable to him. Because entertainment is not what a man needs. Success is what a man needs. Does that make sense? So if the man needs success and you're out there having a good time, okay, so let's come up with this. If I was dating a girl, we would go clubbing, we would go hang out, spend money, have a good time. Yeah, it's a stress relief. We can hook up every now and again. It's whatever. But I got bills. I got a lot of bills. I got so many bills that I might start losing shit because I don't have enough money to pay enough bills to cover the shit that I have. She's not helping me pay those bills. She's not helping me find ways to get money to pay those bills. She is not putting in any effort to make my situation any easier. I could rent out my house as an Airbnb. I could get a second job. I could sell myself short on another side gig. If I had a car and my car was being used like for Uber or Lyft or something like that, and I'm working 2, 3, 4 jobs to make ends meet. The problem is that this girl is not doing nothing to improve my situation. So the thing is that as the female, what would the woman that I would be dating in that scenario be doing to benefit me as the man? Because if I'm spending money to entertain her and I still got shit to do, and the money that I'm spending, whether we go Dutch and I pay for me and I pay for her, it's money that I would not have spent if I wasn't with her. And if I'm paying for her and paying for me, that's even more money that I shouldn't be spending because I got shit that I got to take care of. Which then I got to say, well, I got to work double extra time because I need to make extra money to make up for the money that I wasted, because that was a waste of time. And then I still got to catch up on all these bills. Now, that woman would not be valuable to a man like that. A man is trying to come up. She's good-spirited, but she's not valuable to him because she's not aiding in his success. So she said, I wasn't struggling. I felt like I made more of an effort because I would text him, but he would never text me back for weeks, sometimes months. I told other people about it, and they tell me where is it? I don't know they for a fact. You don't know that for a fact. So you felt like you made more of an effort because you would text him, but he wouldn't text you back for weeks, sometimes months. You tell your friends about it, and they tell you that you don't know what's going on for a fact. And that's true, because you don't know what's going on for a fact. But you decided to call it off in 2020. So when you decided to call it off in 2020, why are you concerned about him in 2024? He's your ex from 4 years ago. As a reasonably attractive woman, it don't take you 4 years to get you another man. My evidence is you don't need evidence. My evidence is his profile picture on Instagram. He has his Instagram set to private. He has no Facebook. He don't need no Facebook and no Instagram. You don't need no evidence, because you're not sitting over here accusing your husband of cheating on you with another woman. You're telling me about your ex-boyfriend from 4 years ago moving on with another woman that is not you. You're not explaining to me a scenario where you was dating him and he was dating somebody else at the same time. You said I dated other people between 2020 and 2024. Okay, so why do you? He was last with you in 2020. You have had other men since 2020. Why are you stuck on that man from 2020? What is it about? And then why are you so hurt that your ex-boyfriend 4 years ago, with however many other men that you've hooked up with in the last 4 years, typically on average, women hook up with men at least once every three to 6 months on a regular basis, which means that you've probably had in 4 years at least 4 to 8 different partners. I mean, unless you're very modest about the scenario and decided to not go out for like 2 or 3 years and then decided to only hook up with 1 or 2 people. Fact is, that guy that you're telling me the story about was 1 to 5, 7, 10 other guys down the line. And for those women that like to have rebound sex, to get their mind off of the last guy, where you might sleep with 2, 3, 4 other guys to get the guy that you was supposedly in love with out of your mind. Your body count's already high. Then you go and get involved with somebody else. So how is it that you in 2024, several hookups down the line, several other ex-boyfriends down the line, are dwelling on the previous boyfriend? That's equivalent to me selling my car and then giving a shit about what the next owner is doing after I have sold 4 other cars after that car. Why do I even give a fuck what happened to that car? It's gone. It's gone 4 years ago. It's gone 4 years ago. I chose to get rid of it 4 years ago. Do I care what happens to it now? You got rid of this man 4 years ago, and you're complaining about what he's doing today. And you have had other partners since him. Why are you not dwelling on one of the more recent boyfriends? That doesn't make any sense. That man moving on. Y'all been broke up for 4 years. He could have got into a relationship 2 years ago and been in a steady relationship for the last 2 years and be happy right now, getting ready to get married, because this chick is doing for him what you wasn't doing. But you're stalking this man's social media profile, probably the reason why it's private. And then you stalking the man's social media profile, jealous of the fact that he happy with this other chick. He was dating me and another girl at the same time. Okay, now the story comes about that he was dating you and another chick at the same time. But you left him in 2020. And if the other chick is the one that he's still with, according to you, as the story manifests into new levels, you left him 4 years ago. If the other chick that you're claiming that he was dating with you 4 years ago is why you allegedly left, and then now 4 years later, you're still hurt that he's probably going to marry this new chick. I'm still on the foundational principle that whatever it is that you wasn't doing in a relationship is the reason why you moved on to somebody else. Equally, the fact that he wasn't doing what he should have been doing in a relationship to satisfy you is the reason why you allowed yourself to remove yourself from a relationship. The thing is that it takes 2 people to fuck up the relationship, but you, first person accountability, have to take accountability for yourself, not deflect the negativity of the relationship off on your partner, on your ex-partner. Because you can say that he ain't shit because he's an ex. You can say that, oh, he was a cheater back in the day, but you also tell me that he don't see you but once every 4 months. So what kind of relationship is 3 times a year? That's not a stable, healthy, long-term relationship just because y'all see each other 3 times a year. That's almost like friends with benefits. So, I mean, you say that whenever he answers the phone or whenever he reach out to you, that y'all hook up, y'all hang out and hook up once every 3 months, once every 4 months. So out of 5 years, y'all have been around each other 15 times in person. But you're telling me that he's supposed to be such a bad dude because he's flaky, but you left him because he's flaky. And now 4 years later, where you ultimately would have only probably seen him 12 more times, but you haven't seen him outside of social media, from what I understand. And in this 4 years, he's in a long-term relationship with this other chick. That looks like they're probably going to get married. I'm still trying to figure out why you're dwelling on him. Because if you moved on to the other man and the other man to the other man to the other man, because you said several, or not several, sorry, you said other, you dated other people between 2020 and 2024. You must be single now, which is why you're dwelling on this man right now, because it makes no sense. So the girl that he's seeing now is not Ashley. So you're telling me that he cheated on you with Ashley. You left him. He's seeing another girl that's not Ashley, and they're looking like they're about to get married. Again, I'm still trying to figure out why you left him, and you're heartbroken and disappointed about why he is with another woman and not you. I can't give you validation, ma'am. I'm not that guy. I would be the best male friend to tell you the shit you don't want to hear, because I am not going to at no point in time try to degrade or devalue the man any further than what you've already done. If you believe that he wasn't shit and that's the reason why you left him, that's the reason why you left him. But you still also have your accountability of how you fucked up the relationship, because the reason why this is confusing for me and it's strange for you is because there's no way that I, as a man, would be involved in a 5-year relationship where I only seen my significant other 15 times. Keep in mind, I've seen you almost as many times on this podcast as you have seen him in a year. Does that make sense? You have come to this podcast 3 or 4 times this week. We've had long conversations because you was here before. You were here when we were talking about the Halloween thing on Monday. You're here today. You can't tell me that if he truly mattered to you, that you would not be in his space every week. And if you couldn't be in his space every week, every few days, that within a month or two, you would get tired of that bullshit. You would stop doing it. Y'all would not have a 5-year relationship where you only see each other once a quarter. Not even a quarter, once a season. Not even a season, because you're talking about once every 4 months. I'm mad because he lied to me about not seeing Ashley. He lied a lot. Now he's all honest with, baby, he can be honest with her, turning over a new leaf. If he, first person accountability, recognize that as a younger man, a little less mature, a little less responsible, he was doing a little bit too much reckless shit, and he decided that after you and Ashley that he was going to get his shit together, and with the next woman he was going to do better. That is the same shit I'm telling you to do. So now he's treating the other girl the way he should have been treating you, but he ain't coming back to you because he burned that bridge with you. So he's going to, all of the shit that he did not do right with you, he's going to do with the next girl. That's how you learn when you progress in a relationship. All the shit you didn't do right in your last relationship, you figure that shit out, you improve yourself, and then when you get in your next relationship, you're not making those mistakes. How many boyfriends do you have right now? How many men are you dating right now? Now he is honest with the new girl, even if I don't know it for a fact. That's what hurts me the most. Baby, you jealous of your ex. That is what confuses me the most. I'm not dating anyone. And that is why you have so much free time to pay attention to what the fuck this man is doing. Because you, by yourself, instead of preoccupying your time with either being a better girlfriend to the next man, fixing yourself, fixing your flaws, your not your financial flaws, your behavioral flaws, because men don't care if you got money, men don't care if you're smart, men care if you behaving correctly. So you got to dress appropriate. So you can't be looking like one of them girls that's for sale on the street corner. You got to so overly sexualizing yourself. You got to cut that bullshit out. All that fake shit, you got to cut that bullshit out. Be natural. Go out there and be natural. Go put on something that's not skin tight and go out there and try to look like Sunday's best, like you going to church or some shit. Try to look like you're going to a wedding or some shit, but you're not the bride. Try to look conservative. If you don't know what that looks like, look at a politician, a female politician. Go look at a female doctor. You don't see them women wearing tight clothes. You don't see them women wearing revealing nothing. They covered up. If you need to know what conservative looks like, go look at Asian attire. Go look at how the women dress in Hong Kong, Japan, and Vietnam. They don't show a bunch of extra skin on a regular basis. The married women don't show extra skin on a regular basis. They can look attractive without having to have a camel toe print showing through their outfit. So fix your attire, fix how you behave, fix how you respect the man, follow instructions, do what he tells you to do when he tells you to do it, figure out his needs, and then meet those needs and then go and find you a man that can occupy your time, that can make you happy, so that the last man for 4 years ago is not the only thing that you're thinking about. Because one of the biggest questions that I have is that, how were you able to, however many relationships you had since him, because you didn't answer that question, how were you able to maintain a stable relationship with the next man if you stuck on a man from 2020? Because no man would be able to maintain a positive relationship with the next woman if he stuck on the last woman, which is why single men in the friend zone are in the worst position possible, because they have an emotional attachment to the female that they're in the friend zone with, which prevents them from having an emotional attachment with another female, which distracts them and blinds them from the fact that there are women that might be attracted to that man, but because that man is not paying attention, those females that would have treated him better than the other girl that's not treating him right ain't even able to get the chance to show him that they would do better. So you stuck on the last man from 2020 here in 2024. If you had one man in 2021 and one man in 2023, you would have lost both of them men because you're thinking about the man in 2020. And all it is that you mad that he didn't tell you what you wanted to hear when y'all was together. But if that's the reason why you left him, what are you trying to do? Validate the fact that you left him, like you did a good job for leaving him? That's what you want to hear? I can't tell you that, because you still got to fix your decision-making process as to why you spent 5 years in this type of relationship. Because that's the part that how did you spend 5 years in a relationship where you only seen a man 15 times in 5 years, and y'all live driving distance from one another, and you call that a relationship, and then you say that he's treating this other woman better than you, but he's spending more time with somebody else? Do you want me to say, oh, well, that's because you was a side chick and the primary relationship that he was in, he spent more time with? That's what you want to hear? You want to hear that when the primary chick found out about you, she broke up with him, so he broke up with you? Is that what you're trying to hear? You want me to say some kind of way that the dude is a horrible man, and that's why you should move on, and he doesn't deserve another woman? Is that what you're trying to hear? Because I can't say any of that. I can't say any of that. Barbie says, when I found out, I fell into a depression to the point where I wasn't eating. Well, that sucks. I even started losing weight. I was, and still very sad. So how much weight did you lose? Did you lose like 15, 20 pounds, 30, 40 pounds? How much do you weigh right now? You like 145, 115? Are you petite now, or are you kind of like average? Are you kind of like toned, athletic, or are you like a full figured woman? Like what are we looking at here? Because you tell me that you're losing weight. I look at me and I could lose some weight. I'm technically considered overweight for my height, but I also could convert that overweight for my height to muscle mass and be a little bit stockier as opposed to being lean. So, just trying to figure that out. But she goes on to say, I just feel like something is wrong with me. And between 2015 and 2020, he never wanted me, but now he's miraculously a better person for this new guy, this new girl. I did my best and still wasn't enough. Ma'am, she's not trying to validate anything. She's just trying to understand. And she's trying to understand his mindset. Okay, so the mindset of men is that we are supposed to be trying to find partners that we can spend the rest of our lives with. Some men in their youth are trying to get as many hookups as they can in their younger ages, because sex is the prize for younger men in their 18 to 22-year-old phases. But the older the men get, the more the long-term relationships develop in the man's mindset. But the man is not worthy of a girlfriend or a wife in his 18 to 20-year-old phase, 25, 30-year-old phase, because men do not really think about getting their finances in order and start making better choices, because they're wasting every extra dollar that they get in their early ages on hooking up with girls and dating girls and traveling to get laid. So Some men make a lot of bad choices in the beginning of their dating career, because they're wasting a bunch of money with hookups. They're wasting a bunch of money with dates and impressing girls and traveling all over the place and living life. And then when they start realizing that shit ain't gonna fly, that they got to get their shit together, that's when the men start actually getting their stuff together and really start trying to pay more attention to how to be a better boyfriend and how to be qualifiable as a husband. Men actually put time and effort into changing themselves, because when you ask a woman, does she think that she's a 10? Most women say that they think that they're a 10. And when you're a 10, you're considering yourself on a scale from 1 to 10 perfect. If it was on a scale from 1 to 100 and you scaled yourself as a 10, then you would say that there's 90% of you that you need to improve. But when on a scale from 1 to 10, if you say that you're a 10 always, and some women even say that they're 11, that they're beyond perfect, the fact is that there's no reason for you to change yourself. And if there's no reason for you to change yourself, any of the flaws that other people recognize in you, you don't recognize in yourself, and you don't feel like you need to change that. Men don't believe that. Men know that first person accountability, we recognize when we're fucking up. Even if we deliberately fuck up, we recognize that we're fucking up. And when we get tired of fucking up, or we recognize that we want to stop experiencing the consequences of our fucking up, we change. But we know we're not perfect. And that's the reason why when men get into relationships with women, the first 3 to 6 months of the relationship is the man always asking a woman, what does she want? What does she like? What does she need? What can he get for her? What can he do for her? Because he wants her to tell her. She wants him to know. So she wants him to watch and observe and just catch on to shit. But he asks so that he knows on the forefront exactly what he should be doing. He should be able to write all this shit down in a book, put it down in a PDF file, and be able to reference it whenever he needs it, so that he can make sure that his girl is satisfied. But a man knows that he has to change. So whatever he was doing as a single man, he's not able to do that as a married man, or a man that's dating a woman to head in the direction of marriage. He is got to change from his behavior. So if you want to say that he was back in those days irresponsible and having one woman in a primary relationship and not having you in a primary relationship where you were the other woman, that he just hooked up with you every now and again when he was in the area, or when you were available and his primary girlfriend wasn't there, if that's what you assume, and then you realize that after you and the other girl Ashley stopped talking to this dude, he actually got his shit together, and then he got into a new relationship where he's doing everything right with the next girl. That's how you evolve. Now you want to understand his mindset as to how he felt about you, and I'm confused as to why you want to understand his mindset when you're the one that needs to be fixed, not him, because you're the one that's still broken, not him. You're the one that fell into the depression, not him. So you need to be able to emotionally get your situation in order to a magnitude where you are able to healthily move on from his behavior. So whether or not his behavior was positive or negative, the fact that you had a negative impact from that relationship from 4 years ago, that's the type of baggage that men have to deal with when a man gets a woman. So you've been single for 4 going on 5 years, and the next man that gets you is going to have to deal with all of the lack of trust that you're going to have in men because of that guy. All of your insecurities about how you look and how the man cares about you from that guy from 5 years ago. So the new guy is going to have a hard way to go, because he has to prove to you that he is not the last guy from 5 years ago. And he has to prove to you that everything that he's doing for you is genuine. That is a harder hill to climb for a man. All a woman has to do is just show that she's useful beyond sex. His past traumas are not going to impact that effort for you as a woman to show him that you're useful. His past traumas will not let him trust you with his cell phone. His past traumas might not let you be trusted with his money. His past traumas might not let you get passcodes to the safe and shit. But if you're helpful, you're fucking helpful. You don't have to prove that you're helpful. Just be helpful. But a man has to prove that he is not the last man, and a man has to prove that everything that he's doing for you is genuine. So that is a tough situation to have. And you're saying, I'm not going to talk about my weight. The new girl is on the fat side, and that confused too. Like, what the fuck? Oh, that's not fair. You throwing shade. because you're gonna say that the new girl is fat, but you're not gonna talk about how you look. Are you fat? She bigger than you? How much bigger than you? Are you a size 12 or are you a size 28? Come on, be real. You can't tell me that the girl that he with wide and all outside, and then you're gonna say, "Oh, but I'm not gonna tell the world what I look like." That makes absolutely no sense because she gonna say she not fat. She not fat. So you're not fat. So again, I'm 165. I'm technically not fat, but I'm technically overweight. I'm kind of a average athletic build, toned. You're about my size, right? Since you're not fat, or you're a little bit thicker than I am. You got a little bit more in all the right places than what I do. What do you think? Because I mean, it doesn't make a difference as to why you only seen him 3 times a year. But if you are an attractive woman, I don't understand why. Yeah, okay. So as a woman, you're probably about between 125 and 145 pounds, depending on your height. So be that as it may, of course she's gonna be bigger than you because there ain't that many women that's my size. There ain't that many women that is my size. Most of the women are short and wide here in America, and the women that are taller are actually getting even wider. And the only reason why women are able to maintain that hourglass figure is because they were originally shaped like an M&M, and then they went to the gym and they shrunk their midsection. And then they also have the waist trainers and the girder belts to suck in the gut. So women retain more water weight than men, but women can lose a lot more water weight than men. Women have more fat on their bodies than men do. And that's why men are heavier than women, because muscle is heavier than fat. But women who go to the gym and tone that fat into muscle can become more athletically fit and be more visibly attractive to men. But in all situations, I mean, how you look, a man will leave a Barbie, hence the name Barbie, for Cruella de Vil because she's nicer, because she has a better attitude. It truthfully, when they say that beauty is on the inside, when it comes to a man's respect and appreciation and value from his woman, truth be told, yeah, it is all about how you treat him. So you could be the prettiest girl in the world and still get dropped like a sack of potatoes because you're not acting right. I don't want to ignore some of your other comments here. We're going to run through some of these. You said he used me and wasted my time. I just want to know why the girl isn't getting the same treatment. Well, if you believe that he used you and wasted your time, how do I emotionally get my stuff together? All right, I'm gonna pause on that. And I said before, when men are out there playing the field, because a lot of men play the field. Even I played the field 25 years ago. And when men play the field, they aren't looking for long-term commitment. And when they're not looking for long-term commitment, whatever hookup culture that they're involved in, that is what they do. But men are still primarily responsible about their shit. So they're going to go to work. They're going to make their money. They're on their off time or their free time. They're going to go and hook up with some of these chicks. Now, a man can turn one of his one-night stands or one of his frequent hookups to a girlfriend, but she's got to show that she's worth that. If she's not showing that she's worth more than just sex, if that's all she's bringing to the table is sex, he'll get the sex and he'll move on. A woman that is carrying herself as a valuable woman is not really throwing sex around like that and is putting more effort into the man and showing that she wants more from the man. But there are men that aren't interested in a valuable woman because some men want quantity over quality, and those men are only really trying to get laid, which means that if you are showing yourself as a higher value woman where you are looking for a man of value that is not just chasing sex, that man will go somewhere else because he's not trying to be that man right now. So I can't say that he just wasted your time. You wasted your time because you were chasing this man for 5 years, or not chasing this man. You were allowing yourself to be made available once every 4 months for this man, 3 times a year for this man for 5 years. And you knew that wasn't going anywhere. So that's just as much your fault as you're blaming him for wasting your time. You wasted your time for 5 years because you can't tell me that you're in a relationship and the first 90 days of the honeymoon phase of the relationship, you only saw him once. That makes no sense. I don't give a fuck if y'all talking on the phone all the time. I don't care if y'all FaceTime with one another all the time. If you really want to be with him and he really wants to be with you, y'all are going to go from talking to one another on the phone to being in each other's personal space every other day, at least on his days off, on your days off. On your days off, you might go over to his house, and on his days off, he might come over to your house so that he don't got to have a long distance travel to go to work. But y'all going to be switching up. And since you tell me he's a man with no house, he might come over and spend some time at your house, and then you might say, you ain't got to go home. Matter of fact, let's go get some of your stuff and bring it over here. Fact is, 5 years, that relationship didn't progress. Y'all wasn't in a real, true romantic relationship, because if y'all was in a really, truly romantic relationship, then you would be seeing him more than once every 4 months. So you're mad at him talking about something he using you. No. You wasn't presenting yourself as being the type of person that was looking for a serious relationship if you're allowing him to only come reach out to you once every 4 months. It's like the second time you see him in that year, look, hey, it's been 8 months. If we're not going to do something more than this, we're going to have to cut this off. This situation is not going to last for 5 years. It's just not going to happen. No man's going to put themselves in a friend zone to be treated like that. Well, sorry, some men will. But no man that considers themselves a higher value man that is looking for a long-term relationship with a woman that they want to make their wife is going to allow themselves to be, oh, we're going to have sex once every 4 months, and you're going to ignore me for the rest of the time. But when you feel like having sex again, you're going to call me back 4 months from now? Nah, that's okay. That's okay. That works in open relationships, which in the Gen Z era has a lot of open relationships, and people are swinging, and they got 2, 3, 4 different partners, and this guy and this girl and whatever. But no, serious relationships inside of the first 2-3 weeks, y'all start becoming exclusive. Y'all start becoming prioritizing each other over your own personal obligations. And in that time frame, in that 2, 3, 4 weeks, you are prioritizing his shit so that he can prioritize you. And if that's not what's happening in the first month, y'all ain't seen one another for 4 months, ain't no reason for y'all to be on no hookup culture where y'all smashing once every 4 months, 3 times a year for 5 years. That was irresponsible on your part to allow that to happen for 5 years. First person accountability. So then you need to put your foot down and say, look, are we going to get serious, or is this just play? And if this is just play, I'm not interested. And after that second time in the first year, y'all would not have been nothing else. So you would not have given him more than 9 months of your life. But you gave 5 years of it, and you're blaming him for that? You allowed that to happen. First person accountability. You can't blame him for that. He participated in it, but you can't just blame him for that. So you ask me, how do you get over that emotionally? This is how. I'm telling you. You have to take responsibility for what you allowed to happen, the things that you chose to do and allow to get done, because first person accountability, you're responsible for the decisions that you make, and you are responsible for how your decisions impact the people around you. So your first person, how your decisions affect you and how your decisions impact the people around you, first person accountability. You are then first person accountability, responsible for the people around you, which means that you are responsible for allowing people to make bad decisions in your presence that negatively impacts you. If you do not want those negative decisions to impact you, you will hold them accountable for those decisions in the immediate, or disassociate yourself from them, allowing them to make their bad choices away from you, where their bad choices do not negatively impact you. But in no situation is it all somebody else's fault that you're in shit. It's never that way. So when you understand that you need to value yourself more, and then not allow yourself to be involved with men that are not going to prioritize you, and then you as a woman need to make sure that you prioritize these men so that these men are willing to prioritize you, then you are going to be able to say that, okay, I'm doing everything that I can do. But showing up when he calls to hook up, that's not doing everything that you can do. But if you're not able to progress the relationship any further because he's putting limitations on your social interactions with him, then cut him off so that you can move on and find a man that will dedicate his time to you the way you're calling yourself trying to dedicate your time to him. But even on this podcast, when I talk about how those men that aren't right, because I'm not going to say that every man is a saint. I'm not going to say that every man is a great man. But when I do set the standard that good men deserve good women, that good men need to identify what not good women look like so that those good men can avoid not good women. Likewise, if I say that good women deserve good men, then those good women need to understand what not good men look like so those good women do not get with not good men. Now, if you're going to want to say that this guy is a not good man, you need to understand how the distance between the two of y'all existed for 5 years and you allowed that. Don't allow that next time. Prioritize your efforts in being in his circle, in his space. And if that's what he's comfortable with and that's what he wants, then you've got somebody that's going to be willing to give you his time and his effort. But you're prioritizing being in his space. If he's busy, offer to help him with whatever he's busy with so that you are taking care of what you got to take care of. You said you was able to get him on the phone back in July. I don't know why the fuck you waste your time talking to him on the phone. That's your fucking ex from 2020. You ain't supposed to be talking to his ass in 2024. He in a relationship. He gonna talk disrespectful to you now. The relationship was romantic to you. Oh, of course it was romantic to you. The blinding love that people have allows them to be mistreated by people who don't value them. And this is why my podcast tells men that if you value yourself over your feelings, that you will not allow yourself to be mistreated by somebody else. If that person really cares about you, then that person will prioritize you the way you're prioritizing them. If you are prioritizing them and they are leaving you stuck out, then they do not want you the way you want them. And you need to replace them with somebody that values you on an equal playing field as you value them. So you say, one time I ignore his calls and texts and he asked me why. I told him it's because he's still ignoring me. That same night, he took me to dinner. So you manipulated the guy by cutting him off. So he took you out to dinner to make it up to you. You say Generation Y. So Generation Y would be 90s. Right? Because those millennials are the 2000s. So you're the Generation Y. Would be those 90s, which put you in your 30s. Yes. And this is going to be an issue because 27 through 35 is going to start experiencing difficulties with dating. And that's also going to mean that you're going to really have to prioritize the man 27 through 35 because men are not looking for older women if they're looking for children. But if they're willing to date an older woman, they're going to be dating an older woman because she's going to be a really good partner, not because she's attractive, because sex isn't everything. And then if you think about how if you were a 90s baby in 2015, you were fresh out of teenage years, which means that if you were dating a teenager, he was fresh out of his teenage years, which means that he was smashing everything with the pulse. So this could have been technically your first love kind of situation, and you wasn't sure how that was supposed to be, and that's why you're stuck on this guy because he was your first. That makes sense. But it only gets easier from here. The next one and the next one and the next one is going to be less devastating. And that's another reason why men do not like women with high body counts, because women disassociate themselves from compassion the more men that they date, the more bad relationships they have. And then women become more selfish the more men that they have. And then on top of that, they become more demanding because if women are dating men that are selfish, the women want to get what they're looking for out of the deal and not really give a shit about what the man wants out of the deal. And that's one of the reasons why men are going to spend more time dating younger women that are in their early 20s, because those younger women have yet to be destroyed by society. Not all of them. Some of them have 4 kids at 24, but the ones who have no kids at 24 have been less destroyed by society and the less damage. It's like going to a used car lot and get in a car with the least quantity of dents in it. You got less shit to fix. Barbie says, that's what I'm saying. I gave him my time, but he didn't want it, but he wants it with this other girl and that hurts. It always in the back of my mind. It's going to always be in the back of your mind. Your first love is always going to be in the back of your mind. That's something that you're not going to want to let go, but you got to figure out a way to let go. That dinner was back in 2016, but you stayed with him until 2020. So I don't know why you let it go past 2016. Besides the fact that you still loved him because that was your first love. So it's not, it doesn't make sense. You say, I'm not going to give too much detail about the call, but I sent him some insults and he called back. I didn't answer. Right. Manipulation. When he called again, I answered and he asked who it was and I hung up. This is childish behavior. I tried to call back, but he blocked me. I tried to get my friend to talk to him and he blocked that friend. Damn right. Sound to me like chaos. Do you think he would? I finished that question, but I can tell you right now that back and forth action that you just explained to me, that's some toxic ass narcissistic shit. If he was doing that to you, I would have told you don't fuck with him. So you doing that to him, I would tell him the same thing, that no, you only let that toxic ass bullshit happen one time. When somebody start calling you, cussing you out, and telling you all kind of stupid shit, and then playing that block me shit, no, that's all right, bro. You block that person, and when you don't fuck with somebody, your road dogs don't fuck with that person. So if you don't fuck with somebody, and then that person tries to call you on their behalf, you block them too. That ain't your friend. That ain't your friend. So he did right on that. You say, do you think he would have something nice to say to me if I answered? Not if you cussed him out. Not if you was saying disrespectful shit to him on the phone. And then when he asked you who the fuck you think you talking to, and you hung up the phone on him, no, he ain't gonna have nothing nice to say to you. You sit over here, and then you want to sit over here wondering why this same man kept you at an arm's length for 5 more years, where y'all hooked up once every 4 months. But this one time in 2016, when you disrespected everything about the man, and then he still socialized with you for 4 more years after that, from 2016 to 2020, when he finally said, you know what, I'm done with this. You do realize that, truth be told, that if you're willing to sleep with a man might ignore all kinds of stupid shit that you're doing, especially when a man is young. But he don't want that type of negative behavior with no girlfriend. He don't want no woman calling him up, cussing him out, and giving him no bad time. That's not girlfriend material. He don't want no woman stressing him out and pissing him off unnecessarily. That's not girlfriend material. And when he's looking for a girl, when he's looking for a fuck buddy, yeah, he'll call you. You can be sassy all you want as a fuck buddy, but that sassy shit is not girlfriend material. That boss bitch is not girlfriend material. That overly masculine alpha boss lady behavior, Miss Independent, that is not girlfriend material, and that's definitely not wife material. And men do not want that attitude. So while he will sleep with you with that fucked up ass attitude, the way you described that conversation that you was talking to him, this conversation right here, that is not girlfriend material. And if I was him, I wouldn't date you after that. If we fucked every now and again after that, if I even answer the phone after that, if we fucked every now and again, that's probably all you would get out of me, because that behavior is not girlfriend material. And that behavior was not going to change, because that's who you were at the time. And that behavior is only going to get worse throughout the relationship. Women do not get better the longer they're in a relationship. Women do not improve themselves the longer they're in a relationship. They get comfortable in a relationship, and they get controlling in a relationship, and they get dominating in a relationship the longer they're in that relationship. They get disrespectful the longer they're in a relationship. So that means that it's not going to work out, because if you're disrespectful in the beginning, you're disrespectful on the back end. You say, I didn't disrespect him. No, you don't think you disrespected him. But that don't mean he don't think you disrespected him. He could feel like the shit that you were saying to him, anything that you say to a man that makes a man block you, That's disrespectful shit. I don't care if you tell me that my car's an ugly color. If that's what compelled me to block you, that was some disrespectful shit to say. Especially if I put all my effort and money into this car. I built it from the ground up. This color might mean something to me. It could be my great grandfather's favorite color kind of shit. And I painted the color, this, it could be an ugly ass lime green, puke green looking color on this car. And you just think that that's an ugly ass color to put on a car. That's some disrespectful shit. So just because you ain't talk shit about his mama, which could have happened, just because you ain't say that he was insecure. If you ever call a man insecure, that's disrespectful. If you ever call a man traumatized, that's disrespectful. Y'all don't think that, but yeah, a man makes a decision. He says what he has to say. He does what he does, and that's his position. It's not because of past trauma that he's making that decision. It's not because of insecurity that he's making that decision. He's protecting you, and he's protecting his assets when he makes that decision. So yeah, that is disrespectful. But you're going to say that you didn't disrespect him. You was giving him a taste of his own medicine when I ignore his calls. Sweetheart, you disrespected him by ignoring him. You wanted him to talk to you, so you called him, triggered him to talk to you, and then you block him and ignore him. So you're pissing him off unnecessarily so that he can see how you feel. That is the passive-aggressive, toxic behavior that is not girlfriend material. And that is going to make any man say, fuck that shit. I don't want to deal with that crazy bitch. That's what they're going to say. That's not the outcome that you're trying to get, but that's what they're going to say. And you say, there's been times when he said mean things to me too. Let me tell you. First person accountability. If he disrespecting you, you're not supposed to be with him. So you're not supposed to be with him for 5 years for the man to disrespect you for 5 years. So when I tell you that you're not supposed to be disrespecting him in the first 6 months, in the first 90 days, in the first 12 months of y'all together, because y'all got together at 15, and by 16, you fussing and cussing at him on the phone, blocking his number, and then he gonna take you out on a date. You should not have chaos trigger you going on a date with no man. And chaos should not be at the bottom of the reason why y'all going somewhere, because now he's subconsciously pissed off and he taking you somewhere to get you to cut the bullshit out. But that don't mean that he happy on that date, and now he's spending money to happy wife, happy life. He's spending money to make you happy, but he ain't happy because you just disrespected the fuck out of him, but he's sitting over here paying for that. You ain't buying him no brand new Lambo. You ain't putting no new rims on his Honda Civic. You ain't bought him a new subwoofer for his Cadillac S-Class. You ain't bought him no new Jordans or nothing to make up for the fact that you just talked to him like shit, but he's taking you out to dinner. You got to understand, you're going to make him suffer. You're going to make him feel what you felt. You don't need to make a man feel what you felt. You need to be able to tell the man how you felt and then behave better. You treat people the way you want people to treat you, even if they treat you like shit. You don't treat them like shit because they treat you like shit, because that's not how you want to be treated. You treat people the way you want people to treat you. So if they treat you like shit, you treat them like gold. You do away with them so that you got people around you treating you like gold because you treat people like gold. You don't treat people like shit because they treat you like shit and then say, oh, I deserve to be treated like royalty. You ain't treating him like royalty, so why the fuck should you be getting treated like royalty? That makes no goddamn sense. If you want to be treated like royalty, you treat your man like royalty. You treat your boyfriend like he's your husband. You cook and clean or whatever the fuck else that he asks you to do, because that's what you would do as his wife. And then he is supposed to treat you like his wife. He's supposed to pay for all the shit that you want him to pay for, take you places that he can afford to take you, and do as much for you as he can possibly do for you. And then y'all are supposed to learn each other's likes and dislikes. Y'all are supposed to learn each other's allergies. Y'all are supposed to learn each other's health issues. And then y'all are supposed to accommodate that. You're supposed to find out what your partner's weakness is and protect that, not use it as a crutch to attack him in another argument, not use his weaknesses against him and play off of those weaknesses so that you can make him feel bad one day. And when y'all do that kind of stuff, that makes y'all not worthy as girlfriends and wives. So when you tell me that you're trying to teach him a lesson by having him feel what you felt, you destroyed whatever relationship y'all could have got in 2016 by treating him like shit that day. You threw away the whole relationship to play catchbacks. You understand friendly fire? Friendly fire is a negative kill in the match. Go play Halo, Call of Duty and shit. And you got friendly fire, you get negative points for friendly fire. You get negative points in a relationship for starting an unnecessary argument just so that he can see how you felt. So you're going to deliberately make this man miserable instead of just letting him know that he made you feel bad. You in a relationship with a man where he is not making you feel good, you are supposed to express to him verbally, not showing signs, not doing petty bullshit. You are supposed to express to him verbally how his behavior does not make you feel good. Then you are supposed to be able to continue to treat him the way you want him to treat you, and then ask him, well, since I'm doing so much of this for you, why are you not doing the same for me? Because that's what men are doing. You want to understand that be a man, treat a man like the way men treat men, the way men treat women. You want to do that? You want to put the man on a pedestal? And even if he's treating you bad, keep that man on the pedestal. You don't like being treated bad, he's either going to start treating you better or you're going to get rid of him. You're not going to start treating him bad because you're not bad. But happy wife, happy life, that's exactly what you did. Because you were unhappy, you made him unhappy so that he could make you happy again. So now he's only doing this for you so that you can stop making him miserable. But you're not going to turn around and make him happy again. Sex didn't make up for it. You pissed this man off to high heaven for no fucking reason because you was upset. And now he's taking you out to make you feel better. But he don't feel better. He gets some sex out of you. Now he's going about his day. And you don't see him for 4 months. And from that day in 2016 until 2020, y'all on a once every 4 month, I'ma see you. He was done, baby. Back in 2016, he was done when you did that fucked up shit. So here we go on to say, when we got back in contact in 2017. Now, this is a year after you did that bullshit. And I told him I was excited for him to be back since he left. He said, if I wanted to wait, that's on me. He right. He right. That's some petty ass, hard ass. I'm not even going to tell him he wrong. That shit didn't go right between 2015 and 2016. And he took you out to that last dinner and he didn't. He ain't come back in over a year. Sweetheart, that's it. It was done. Y'all wasn't in no long term, but that's one of them. We was in an on again, off again relationship. No. He was through. He came back around. You wanted to get back with him. But whatever it is he didn't like about you the first time, he didn't like about you the second time, which is why he kept going. Which means y'all wasn't in no long-term committed relationship for him to be cheating on you with Ashley. You was a fuck buddy at best because you did not qualify to be a girlfriend with your behavior. And then because you didn't qualify to be a girlfriend with your behavior, he dipped. He did his thing. And when he circled back around and you just so happened to run into him, he back in town. And now you want to try to rekindle some shit. But you're trying to rekindle some shit without fixing your behavior. Your behavior the last time in 2016 is the reason why the man didn't want to be with you. And your behavior ain't changed in 2017. He's right. It is your choice to wait for him. You could have moved on. You could have been dating somebody else. He could have saw you in passing at a Starbucks, gave you a nice little half a hug because y'all not in a relationship no more. Give you a little half a hug. And then good to see you. How you doing? You're in good health. That's okay. I want a latte to go. And leave. But for y'all to hook up again because you never got over him, you didn't want to let him go, but you didn't change. And when he recognized you didn't change, y'all hooked up, he left. Because you're attractive enough for him to have sex with, but your attitude is not girlfriend material. So he'll swing back around once every 4 months and see if your attitude changed, have sex with you, and then leave. But that is not because he's stringing you along. It's because you ain't never changed your behavior. You said, let me clarify. I'm not talking about the phone when he blocked me. I'm talking about when he took me out to dinner. Well, yeah, you told me that he took you out to dinner in 2016, but then you told me that you contacted you again in 2017. But he took you out to dinner in 2016. Y'all had to falling out. And then after that, y'all didn't see each other till 2017. He back now. And he telling you that you ain't have to wait for him. You didn't have to wait for him. You're not telling me that that he went somewhere on good terms. So hold on, y'all. Here goes some details that I wasn't prepared for. He wouldn't tell me where he went. I think he went to jail. Well, He could have gone to jail. You do not have to wait for him. If he went to jail for a year and he came back and you still single waiting on him, that was unexpected. But you fussing and hooping and hollering with him, that was a no-no. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm not going to condone that behavior. I would not say that's okay with him, because just like I said, it's not cool for Chris Brown to be punching them girls in the face. I'm going to say it's not cool for y'all females to be fussing and cussing and hooping and hollering at men, yelling at them, calling them insecure, hitting them in the back of the head, punching them, slapping them, throwing drinks and shit on them, throwing hot grits on them and shit. I'm going to tell y'all that's not okay. That's not okay. If it's not okay for a man to break your eye socket and break your rotator cuff and fracture your collarbone and break your pelvis, it's not okay for you to be throwing hot shit on men. It's not okay. So if you can't talk to him with sense the way you've been talking to me with sense for the last 2 hours, then there ain't no reason for you to be talking to him. So you had that back and forth action on that phone that day, whether it was before the dinner or after the dinner. That day that y'all had that negative back and forth action on the phone, that killed any future you had with him. Every other time that he come in contact with you after that, he know you toxic, but you're a good lady. So he'll sleep with you, but he's not going to turn you into a girlfriend. You got to change your attitude. That solves your problem with the next man. Now, for you to get over that last man, you have to detach emotionally from him, because he is in another relationship with somebody else that is not going to treat him the way he was getting treated when he was with you. You wasn't in a serious relationship with him, because if you was in a serious relationship with him, then he would not be telling you you could have moved on. He would have been glad to see you. He would have been glad that you waited for him. But you are not his girl. That's why he didn't expect you to still be there. You said, like he didn't want to drive because his license was suspended. Could have went to jail for driving on a suspended license. I find that funny, because real talk, back in the day, back when I was young, I had 14 of those. Never went to jail for it. I had 14 of those. Got a shit ton of tickets. Never went to jail for it. Paid a shit ton of fines. But for some reason, somebody else went to jail. They sat there for 10 days, a year. I don't understand how people go to jail for that, because everything in the United States, as far as criminal law, is got a monetary value to it. And if you pay the money to the court, you don't got to do the time. The only time you really got to do the time is when you do violent crimes like murder and stuff. But everything else, you get a suspended sentence, you get probation at best, you pay the probation, you pay the fines, or if it's traffic related, because traffic violations are civil violations, they're not criminal law violations. So traffic violations, if you pay the cost for that violation, whatever it is, they let it go. And if you're in the court before they even decide to give you your sentence, when they start telling you about the jail time, you like, I'll pay the cost, whatever the price is. You just name your price and I'll pay it this afternoon. They might give you a high ass price, but you're going home that day. You're not going to jail. So whatever he did that caused him to get locked up for a little bit. That's the thing. But I know people who don't drive because their luck is bad to get pulled over by the police. They go to jail. They don't want to go through that. I also know that there's some people that there are some people who do stuff that they're not supposed to do to get money because they're on hard times, and then they get caught for that and they go to jail. And I don't encourage that. But even if he had good intentions for you, if he knows that he's involved in some stuff and he doesn't want you to get involved in that same stuff, he's not going to affiliate with you as much as he would have had he not been involved in that stuff. So that's going to be another situation. Now you're asking me this follow-up question. You're asking me, well, how do you emotionally detach? Well, the first thing you did was block him. Stop following his social media. Stop looking at his photos. Stop looking at if he's got a Facebook. Don't go find his girlfriend on social media. Don't friend her. If you friended her, unfriend her, block yourself. Don't to shut down your social media platform is really a good thing to do. But I mean, if you're going to keep up your social media platform, talk to somebody else. Really, you need to focus on yourself first, because you said you was depressed for a long period of time. And depression is a very hard thing. Depression is internalized sadness and anger. So you are going to have to first release your frustrations from this. You can hate him all day long. You can hate him for everything that he did. You can hate him for everything that he said. You can hate him for everything that he treated you. Vent it, talk about it, scream it to the top of your lungs, punch on some pillows, bite down on something soft so that you don't break your teeth. You know, whatever you got to do. Don't eat a bunch of ice cream because that'll make you gain a lot of weight. Since you're not courage enough to tell us how much you weigh, you don't want to eat a bunch of ice cream. And you don't want to drink a bunch of alcohol. And you don't want to do that in a public place and black out somewhere and wake up underneath some man. You don't want to do all that stuff. What you want to do is you want to meditate. You want to be able to sit there. You want to think. You want to focus on what mistakes you made. Don't focus on his mistakes. You're mad about those mistakes. Those mistakes hurt your feelings. But that's done. Y'all broke up in 2020. It's 2024. You should not be dwelling on anything in September of 2024 that happened before July of 2024. You should not be dwelling on your conversation with this man from July of 2024 in September of 2024 because he already had a girlfriend in 2024. So you call him, he answered the phone. You weren't supposed to call him. So however he talked to you, don't worry about that. He got a girlfriend. He's supposed to talk to you that way because he got a girlfriend. He's not supposed to be giving you hints that there is a chance in hell for you because he got a girlfriend. He got somebody else. How another way, get you a hobby. Find something to do. You can join a podcast every night. We can talk about different stuff. You can get you a hobby. Go to the gym. You can tone up whatever little slim figure that you got. You might find you a gym rat. You might find you one of them dudes that works out at the gym all the time. You can get you a hobby climbing mountains. You can go do bakery. You can get you a home ec class. Learn how to cook, clean, and wash dishes and stuff. Fold clothes. You can get you a side job at a dry cleaner where you learn how to sew. You know, you can really find ways to preoccupy your time. If you don't have a pet, get you a pet. Get you a dog. Dogs are better than cats because cats ignore you until they want something. Get you a dog because dogs want your attention even when you don't want your dog's attention. And they'll keep coming for attention no matter how many times you push them away. The same way that men keep coming for a woman's attention no matter how many times she pushes them away. So get yourself a dog. Take your dog out for a walk, stuff to that effect. You will be able to eventually stop thinking about this man. And if you stop thinking about this man, then your emotions will improve. Your feelings will be stronger. You'll be able to pay attention to the next man that smiles at you and you not treat the next man bad the way you treated this first man, and you will not retaliate on this first man by treating the next man bad because every relationship that you have after this man, as long as you haven't let this man go, you will self-sabotage with retaliatory behavior because as soon as you see signs of what the first man did in the next man, you would take that negative behavior out on the next man, even though that's not what's really going on. If the next man is in a business meeting and he can't call you back, you're going to cuss him out and threaten him and all this other stuff because he's not doing what he's supposed to do to your expectations, but he's just at work. And you'll take that the wrong way. So you said you already phoned the girl's profile on Instagram and Facebook. That's not healthy. You need to undo that. He didn't talk to me, just asked, is this so-and-so? I just hang up. Yeah, exactly. He should not talk to you no more. You got to cut that nonsense out. I looked at the girl's profile. That's how I know what they are doing and keeping tabs on them. Yeah, of course, because her profile is public. His profile is private, and he would identify you as his crazy ex-girlfriend or this crazy chick he used to hook up with back in the day. And you are resembling that with your behavior patterns. Not saying that you are crazy, but it's starting to meet those criteria. And you're not supposed to be doing all that. He's your ex from 4 years ago. You're not supposed to be looking up his social media profile. You're not supposed to be looking up his ex's social media profile, liking all of the photos and updates that she's doing. You keeping track of him. You're not supposed to be keeping track of him. He's not yours. If a man did this, you would get a restraining order. So why is you treating this man like this? You should move on. It should be done and over with from 4 years ago. There's no reason why you should be thinking about no man from 4 years ago. None at all. The next thing she came on to say, I'm trying to figure out if he's really involved with this single mother. Why? Let me ask you a question. What does it matter What does it matter? If he is involved with this single mother, how does that in any way, shape, or form impact you? That's the part that I'm trying to figure out. So help me understand that, because that's the part that I don't understand. If he is involved with this single mother, his profile was private before I looked him up. When I looked up her Facebook, and the pictures date back to 23, so they've been together since last year, right? Which is a long-term relationship from 23 to 24. You stopped talking to him in 20, which is 3 years before he got with this girl. Gave him 2 years to recuperate from you. And I'm still trying to figure out, why do you care if he is in a long-term relationship with this woman? It impacts me because he's lived the good life. Baby. That makes no goddamn sense. I care because he did. Well, if a man is living a life, this is the perfect example of when people say that success is its own revenge. Look, you sitting over here mad and devastated and jealous of this man because he done moved on. Y'all broke up in 2020. He's moved on. He's been with this girl for a whole year, since 2023. Here you are stalking this man's social media profile in 2024, stalking his girlfriend's profile in 2024, and then you're going to tell me that you want to know how successful his relationship is because he is happy now with this new girl that he's been dating for the last year, where he clearly wasn't happy with you between 2015 and 2020. That doesn't make sense. This last 4 years, you could have been putting it together on how you could improve yourself, make yourself a more valuable woman, make yourself more appreciable by a man, and get you a different man that you can put all of your attention into. Give him all of your positive emotions: love and affection, admiration, appreciation. You can't, because he didn't treat me like that, like a queen, but he's treating her better. So, you said you're from the Generation Y. Generation Y was the 90s. So if you were 95, it probably had to be less than 95, because in 2016 you would have been at least 20, 26, right? So the man you were dating, probably between 18 and 25, y'all was young. Generation Y is in their 30s now. Men start wising up in their 30s. So, he's probably 31, 32, something like that. Yeah, I know. Generation Y. Both of y'all generation. I understand Generation Y, because Generation Y would have been 90s, whether it's early 90s or late 90s. Yeah, 32. Exactly what I'm trying to tell you. I'm really interesting with generational math, because you guys, Generation Y and Gen Zs, have the same problems, millennials. And you guys, because Generation Y and millennials are the same. Because Generation Y technically is 90 to 2000, and the millennials is 2000 to 2010, and then the Gen Zs are, right now. Either way, however they work the nonsense out. He's in his 30s, you're in your 30s, and in 15, y'all was in y'all early 20s, and y'all weren't making positive choices between one another. And while y'all weren't making positive choices between one another in y'all 20s, he stopped fucking with you 4 years ago, which means he was 28 when he stopped fucking with you 4 years ago. He met this girl last year, and he's doing it right this time. He learned from his mistakes with you, and he's doing right with her. That's what you're supposed to do when you stop fucking with somebody else. You're supposed to do it while you're still in a relationship, but if you don't do it while you're still in a relationship, you're supposed to do it before you get into the next relationship. So before he got into another relationship with the one he's with now, he recognized his mistakes, he changed his decision-making process, and he's performing better in the new relationship than what he was performing in the past relationship, which means that he's, like you say, living a high life with a woman and child. That's good for him in a way because he's out of the diaper phase, so he doesn't have to deal with changing diapers and stuff. He just has to love and respect his child, and love and respect his girl, and be loved and respected by this woman and her child. And he's got the whole nuclear family at 32. So by 42, that 8-year-old will be gone to college, and he would have lived the dad life without having to change diapers. That's a good look for him as long as that relationship lasts. But that still does not play to the tune of why you give a shit about him being happy at 32 when you were not the source of his happiness at 28. You were not the source of his happiness at 24. Y'all had an on again, off again toxic relationship between 24 and 28. It doesn't matter if you left him or he left you. At 28, that was it. And then at 32, he's got somebody else. So that still means that you, in your 30s, as a Generation Y, you in your 30s are a middle-aged woman or reasonably close to a middle-aged woman, starting to really creep closer to menopause. Need to be focusing on whether or not you're going to be a mother, whether or not you want to have children. If you do, then you need to be trying to figure out a way to meet the expectations of a man, which means that you need to find a way to be a partner to a man so that you can attract a man that will love and respect you and appreciate you. So you're focusing on how that man treats you, his characteristics, not his wealth, and then invest your time and your effort beyond sex into the satisfaction of this man and this man's success so that he can share his success with you, take care of you, potentially have kids, take care of you and the kids, and you stay with him for 20 years. And don't even worry about this other guy. Fuck this other guy. The other guy's in the past. The past is behind you, like Rafiki told Simba in the field. Hit him in the head with a stick. Says doesn't matter because the past is behind. The past is behind you. You can either learn from it or dwell on it. I care because I feel like they are living this perfect life together. Of course. That's the life that you could have if you focus on yourself and stop focusing on him and her. You're focusing on his new girlfriend, your ex-boyfriend 4 years ago. You're focusing on his life and how happy they are instead of focusing on yourself. Why do you give a shit about them living a happy life? Go find your own happy life. I looked at her profile pic on Facebook. Nothing has changed. Right. Nothing has to change. They're living a perfect life. So they don't need to change anything. So why are you stalking this man's profile photo? Why are you stalking his girlfriend's profile photo? That's your ex. That is your ex from 4 years ago. It's not even your ex from 6 months ago. It's not even your ex from a year ago. Y'all make it make sense. Chime in. I appreciate y'all coming. We start at 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 5 Pacific. Barbie, I can tell you, you dwelling on a man that stopped messing with you. I know it's her profile, but you stalked his profile that's on private. Now you stalking her profile that's not private. You looking at all these photos of him and her happy together, living the perfect life together. And instead of you going and making your own perfect life, you sitting over here dwelling with depression that he happy, but you not happy. What is wrong that you can't go find your own happiness? Why is you stuck on this man? You already understand. You tell me you Generation Y, so you in your 30s. You can find somebody. It's not going to be as easy in your 30s, but you can find somebody. He found somebody. Why can't you go find somebody? The older you get, the ratio of men to women depreciates. There's going to be 2 men to 1 woman by the time you're 35, 40 years old. 3 women to 1 man by the time you're 45, 50 years old. If you're trying to get you a man, you can either get you a younger man and you can build him up to be a successful man and he'll appreciate you, or you can get you a man in your age group, but you are going to have to adapt to his agenda and follow his instructions in order to be a partner to him. Or you can get you an older man that's close to the grave and just spend time with him until he has a heart attack on the blue pill that he's taking with you. Either way it goes, you're in a position where, you know, this ex that you have from 5 years ago, 4 years ago, you shouldn't be dwelling on your ex from 4 years ago. You shouldn't be dwelling on your ex from 4 years ago. You should be focusing on yourself right now. You should be improving your own personal success right now. You should be handling your own business and improving your own life so that the next man that you get with, that you're happy with that man. You should be dwelling on no man from 4 years ago, because no man is going to be dwelling on no female from 4 years ago. Ain't no man sitting over here talking about some, oh, why is she so happy and I'm miserable? No, a man is going to go ahead and move on. He's going to be like, fuck that shit, I'm out. That's it. When a man recognizes that a woman don't want him, a man is gone. He's not going to be sitting over here dwelling on this shit. So Barbie says he doesn't deserve to be happy. That's the thing. Oh, that's petty shit. Help me, Lollipop. This woman is she got me over a confusing. Now I've been trying my best. I've been trying my best today to make it make sense. She's got this man, right? From 2015 to 2020, they had this on again, off again relationship where they see each other once every 4 months. So 3 times a year they hook up. And then for 5 years, they've seen each other all of 15 times. I'm confused why they broke up in 2020. She doesn't want this man to feel happy. She now in 2024 wants this man to be miserable. She's stalking this man's social media platform. She is stalking the man's girlfriend's social media platform because the man blocked her and he's got all his shit on private. And she spent the last 3 hours of today's podcast talking to me about how this man that allegedly didn't treat her right, she ain't satisfied with the fact that he's not in her life no more. She wants him to be miserable as well. Why is it that you ladies want a man to not be happy for the rest of his life because he's no longer with you? Why can you not accept the fact that y'all broke up, it wasn't working out, both of y'all had poor choices along the way, and once one of y'all decided that this wasn't going to work and the other one agreed and y'all parted ways, that y'all are no longer part of each other's life? Why can't you just move on and let that man go? Lollipop says, nah, she needs to put that same level of energy and attention into herself. That's what I said 30 minutes ago. That's what I said at 35, 45 minutes ago. He doesn't deserve that amount of space in your mind. Exactly what I said. If he wasn't treating you right from the gate, I told her that from the. This is exactly what I said about an hour and a half ago. I said point blank period. If you and him was meeting up once every 4 months, the whole honeymoon phase is 90 days. And if y'all only seen each other once in that 90 days, that ain't no serious relationship. So fact is that if y'all was going to pull that shit off for 9 months and y'all have seen each other twice in 9 months, y'all talking on the phone and bullshit, but y'all only hook up 1 time or 2 times in a whole 9-month period of time, you're going to tell yourself this is not going to be a serious relationship. If you didn't tell yourself this wasn't a serious relationship in the first 4 months. So if you're in that position where you're recognizing that the man is not giving you the time that you claim that you want, and she said he was a welder, he was going to college to be a welder. She said that he was a fighter on the side, so he had two things he was doing with his life. And then she said that he had this other girl on the side. Then she tell me about how she get into this big ass argument with this dude, and where he ignored her on the phone probably because he had other shit to do. Then she gonna challenge him. She tested his nerve. Then when he tried to call her back, she blocked him and hung up the number and trying to make him feel the way she felt. Then she's gonna try to turn back around and say, oh, you know, after that they went out on a date. That after that date, they didn't see each other until 2017. Then in 2017, He's talking about some, I'm surprised you waited because you didn't have to wait. He's telling her that he got no attachment to you, so you didn't have to wait for him. You still waited for him. Now y'all still not in a positive relationship. One of y'all called it quits in 2020. Look, tell me about it. This is too much. I said that it ain't just one person fucking up. I said it's both of them fucking up. Yes, man, there's too much manipulation on both sides. It ain't just one person fucking up. They're both of them fucking up. Then she got the nerve to tell me that, he might have went to jail at one point in time. Well, baby, if he went to jail, just let the man go to jail. He can. It makes no sense. Why you worrying about this man in 2024? And the biggest thing that she mad about is that he's dating a man that's a single mother. Who cares? Who cares if she's a woman with 6 kids and ain't none of them his? It doesn't. None of that got nothing to do with you. None of that got nothing to do with you. The other reason why she's disappointed in the fact is that the woman is bigger than her. So she's small. She about my size. She about medium tone kind of thing. She's not petite, but like medium tone kind of thing. And the woman that he dating right now is a little bit bigger than bigger than her. So she's saying, well, he left her for an ugly chick. Okay. Is it? No, I know, Barbie. I'm trying to get through it. I see. I got a lot of comments. I got to catch up with you here. But she's saying that the other girls is pretty much fat, but she had kids. So I mean, you expected her to have a little bit of extra weight on her somewhere, because you either big and got small, or you were small and got big. And what Cat Williams said, either way, we fucking. So if you have stretch marks, you got stretch marks. We good with that. The fact is, though, this woman is treating him the way he wants to be treated. And when he was with you, Barbie, you wasn't treating him the way you wanted to be treated. So, even though he wasn't treating you the way you wanted to be treated, both of y'all was not treating each other right when y'all was in y'all 20s. And y'all broke up 4 years ago. So he was 28. Now he's 32. And you still stalking the man 4 years later. Leave that man alone. That man don't need to be worried with you and none of your bullshit. You just go ahead and leave the man alone. Just go ahead and move on with your life. Go to the gym. Meditate, get you some counseling. I mean, you can vent with me for free, but I'm going to tell you the hard stuff. I'm going to tell you what you want to hear. A therapist is going to ask you, how does that make you feel? I'm going to tell you, yeah, it shouldn't be feeling like that, because he should not be on your mind. If she said that she already had other boyfriends after him between 2020 and 2024, so you've dated other people, whether it's one a year or you had 3 hookups a year or whatever the case may be, there was somebody else after him. And that wasn't successful, probably because you're dwelling on this guy. You're single right now, so you're dwelling on this guy and his happiness. You're not happy, but he's happy, and you're miserable about the fact that he's happy. Leave that man alone. Don't be worrying about what's going on with that man. She say that it makes her feel less than, like she's not good enough. Yes, wasn't doing right when you was in the fold with him and each man that you was dated after him, and that meant that you was not good enough to be a girlfriend or a wife at that time, which is part of the reason why you are single. Thank you, Lolly. That way I can see all of y'all at one time, because until I merge this, merge TikTok into the other 4 streams, it's going to be hard for me to watch 2 different channels. She said he can't be happy because I really liked him. Yes, he can. Just because you like him. There's people that I have invested a lot into in my life. And just because they're not with me don't mean that they can't be happy. They can be happy because they're not none of my business right now. So I don't give a fuck about them. And I can make more room in my heart for somebody else if I'm not dwelling on somebody that is no longer in my life. And she say, now he's off with some single mother. And that's fantastic for him. If you really cared about him, you want him to be happy, even if it's not with you. So she say, it makes me feel less than. And I'm just thinking, was I not up to his standards? You probably wasn't. And that's probably the reason why he wasn't getting serious with you. You say, I'm thinking it was jail. He wouldn't tell me, so I figured it was jail. It could have been jail. It didn't have to be jail. It could have just been he didn't want to put up with your bullshit. You say, but how am I going to treat him right when I only saw him every 4 months? Well, sweetheart, you if you don't have enough time with him, and if you're looking for a long-term husband, you're looking for a long-term relationship. You're looking for a long-term relationship. You're looking for daily engagement, weekly engagement. And if you're only seeing him once every 4 months, you are not in a long-term committed relationship. If you were doing a long-distance relationship, you would be expecting to get attention from him. But if you're not getting attention from him, then you're not in a relationship. You have somebody that you hook up with every now and again. You're talking about you're you want him to get karma. Sweetheart, you're not going to get karma. Your karma happened. He's got this woman with the kid. That's the karma. That's the karma. Y'all always think that karma is supposed to be bad. Karma ain't bad. What you do in the world is going to come back to you. However it is, if you do a lot of trying good deeds and the shit don't work out, eventually something good will happen to you. You do a lot of bad in the world, eventually something bad going to happen to you. But karma don't forget nobody's address. See, what she's trying to say is she was willing to see him every day, but he didn't want that for some reason, because he didn't want you for some reason. That's it. That's the God honest truth right there. See, here's the thing. If the man wants you, he's going to make sacrifices in his schedule to be with you. The further you are away from him, the more effort he's going to put into getting to where you are so that he can be in your shadow. When a man wants you, he's going to be in your shadow. Likewise, when a woman wants a man, she's going to be in his shadow. She's not going to be chasing after his money. She don't give a fuck what kind of money he's got. She'll pay for him just so that she can be in his shadow. If he's too far away for you to be in his shadow, then he ain't that important, because you ain't trying to get over there. And he was a car drive away. I was just telling you, from Orlando to Tampa, 45 minutes. Drive to another city. Ain't got no problem with that. If she's that important, I'll drive that drive. Other people won't drive 10 minutes. But if I'll drive 45 minutes out there to go get her, 45 minutes to come back so that I can spend an hour with her, and then drive 45 minutes out there to drop her off and 45 minutes to come back and still make it to work on time, that's how important she is. If she doesn't understand that that's how important she is, and she doesn't cherish that time, she's fucking up. So you say, then why didn't he just leave me alone? He did for 4 months at a time. So are you asking me why did he decide that he was going to keep coming back seasonally to sleep with you? Because you're good in bed? And I mean, really, how much action do women do in bed? Because I mean, it's almost like watching paint dry. You have very few of them that actually have, unless you're OnlyFans, unless you're adult freelance worker, where you got a lot of experience. There isn't really many things that you can do besides lay there and let him finish. So I mean, beyond sex, there was no reason for him to gravitate back around to you on a semi-annual or quarterly basis, once every 4 months or so. So you say, I drove all the time. When he wanted to see me, I never made him come to my city. Okay. But that ain't changing the fact that what are you trying to say? You're trying to say that he only called you when he wanted sex, and then you went and you gave him sex, and then he sent you back home? Still, if you're going to identify the man as a dirtbag, you still have to recognize that you chose to allow yourself to be in that situation, first person accountability, because you recognize that beyond that once every 4 month hookup that y'all had nothing else between y'all. And first person accountability would be that you want and deserve more than that, and you would stop allowing those types of engagements to occur. It's not his fault that you and him hooked up 15 times in 5 years. It's your fault, because you had to get in the car and drive to him. So how many times was you going to drive? Apparently more than 15 times. How many times are you going to drive to him before you say, you know what, this is a waste of gas money? It was a response to what he said about, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, this, a lot of the shit that I say is going to be disrespectful because it's going to be uncut and uncensored. And it's going to turn into some shorts that might be mildly censored, because we do have some guidelines that we got to adhere to. But no, it's the truth. It's the truth. No, Any man to jump on a podcast right now, you sign on, you tell me, what does your girl do in bed that's different from the last girl or the next girl? You got face down, you got legs up. That's like two different. You got standing up, you got touching your toes. But all of those positions, you keep it still, and he's doing all the work. The one time that she might get a little bit of a cardio workout is when he's laying there and she's on top of him. That's it. And that doesn't happen that often. And you still only got the up and down motion. That's it. That's it. How much more? There's not that much going on. Unless you're trying to reenact what you've seen on one of them adult videos, there's not that much going on. And if you reenacted because them athletes, if you reenacted what they're doing on them adult videos, you're going to break your pelvis. You're not doing that for gratification. And technically, sex was supposed to be about procreation, reproduction. So you're supposed to be actually having sex to have children. But we do it for entertainment. And since we're doing it for entertainment, you got to think about the fact that while doing it for entertainment, it ain't that much that you could do for entertainment. Is it? Sounds like women don't need to be there then. No, I mean, the man is not going to be able to get the same level of gratification by himself that he would get from a woman. But the fact of the matter is that the women need to stop putting the value of sex so high that they're going to then try to charge men for that particular type of experience. And then men need to stop putting the value of that of sex so high that they will allow themselves to be grossly disrespected and mistreated. So if the only thing on the table is sex, you need to be treating sex like that's the dessert for the guaranteed meal. Like, you don't need it. And women know that you don't need it because, ladies, y'all can go 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years without sex. Men kind of have a little bit of an issue with going 2, 3, 4 months without sex. So when we understand that as well, we also recognize the fact that if it ain't about sex for the man, he can focus on how much he's prioritized by the woman, because if he's not focused on whether or not she's putting out, if he's focused on how much she's being a helper, then he can tell what her value is. If the woman stops focusing on how much money the man is spending on her and focus on how well he treats her, his character, how much he prioritizes her, then she'll be able to know that she's got a good man, whether he's a broke man that's really good to her or a rich man that's really bad to her. Either way, she will know how he treats her outside of how much money he spends. If women take the man's income out of her mindset and men take sex out of a woman's mindset. So when I tell you, no, there's not much that a woman can do in the bedroom that's really all that dramatic for sex to be that big of a thing. I gotta say, it ain't worth it. You gotta put your foot down and say, nope, it's time to stop. You can't allow somebody to mistreat you just because they're there. You can't do that. You can't allow somebody to just come up and walk all over you and disrespect you and talk bad to you as a male or a female. You can't allow somebody to disrespect you just because they can't, just because you're giving them sex. And you can't allow somebody to mistreat you and disrespect you and talk down to you just because they're spending money on you. So if you're not being properly treated, if your feelings are being hurt, if you're being talked down to, disrespected, if you're being cursed out, manipulated, slapped around, and all this other stuff, then you got to look at there's a lot of reasons why you're not supposed to be in these bad relationships dealing with toxic people, narcissistic people. Now, Barbie says, subconsciously, I think I recognized in 2020 that he wasn't serious. That's why I didn't talk to him anymore. It just hurts. He happy with this new girl, but he was never genuinely like that with me. That's because he didn't want you the way he want her. That's because you don't make him feel the way she makes him feel. That's because you're not invested in him the way this woman is invested in him. You said, I even looked up videos on why you shouldn't date single mother. Most of the points are bad. I want to know what my ex sees in her. All of the points are bad. Not most of them, ma'am. All of the points are bad. It is a very bad position for a man to get a woman with children, because there is no positive aspects of taking on additional baggage beyond the woman's baggage, because you have the baggage of the mother, you have the baggage of the child, You have how the child was negatively treated by the last man, how the mother was negatively treated by the last man. And then if you're dealing with girls, you have to be careful as a man, because how you treat that girl could get you put on a registry. And in Louisiana, they cutting your dick off. So you got to be careful with how you treat the girl. You can't be too nice. You can't be too mean. You got to wear a certain quantity of clothes around the house, because you can't be missing too many articles of clothes. You could walk around your house as a grown ass man with nothing on if you wanted to, if you was in the house by yourself or with your girlfriend. But when there's a child in the house, you got to have at least some pants on. When there's a girl in the house, you got to have pants and a shirt on. You got to change everything that you do. You can't just walk out the bathroom with a towel on with an 8-year-old in the room. You got to change how you behave yourself, but then you lose out on the positive relationship you have with the child, along with the positive relationship that you have with the girl. You lose out on the capital that you got to put into the child, because you got to raise this child like it's your own. So you're buying school supplies for this kid, school clothes for this kid, you're paying for this kid's education, you're feeding this kid, and you're taking care of the mama. There's nothing positive about getting with a woman with a child outside of how she treats you, outside of how the woman treats you. So if you've got a mother and child that are both valuing, appreciating, and respecting you, you got a whole fucking family. You got a pre-constructed family. But see, women get with a good man because after they have so first of all, women want the bad man. They're attracted to the bad man first. Then they get with the good man after they've had children, so that the good man can take care of the kid. The good man has to deal with all the trauma from the bad man. But in no point do you have the good woman going and getting a man that came out of a bad relationship and saying, "Oh, I'm gonna fix you." That don't happen. Women don't want to deal with men that are broken. Women don't want to deal with men that are not established. Women don't want to deal with men that are not financially sound. So when you ask me, well, what did he see in her? A positive attitude, because I'm going to tell you right now that he did not get with her because she produced better sex than you, because that's not possible. Every woman is different, but it's all the same. So she said, do you understand what I'm saying? I completely understand what you're saying. She said, I couldn't support him because I didn't see him every day. How am I going to support him when I didn't see him every day? You don't need to support him. You don't need to see him every day. The fact that you didn't see him every day, you did not have a relationship with him. You had random hookups once every 4 months. Lollipop said a relationship is more than looks and status, though maybe their personalities, outlook on perspective on the world just match as well. That is true. They could be attracted to each other. They could be fantasizing, or not fantasizing, but accepting towards each other's personalities. They could be convenient for them because they're financially investing into one another. So it doesn't mean Lollipop says doesn't mean something is missing in you. Yeah, that's true. It ain't gotta have that's what I've been telling you the whole time. It don't, his success with her ain't got shit to do with you. Ain't got jack shit to do with you. It is just that he fixed his mistakes that he was doing with you, his mistakes, not your mistakes. And then he's doing with her what he wasn't doing with you, which means that he improved himself. You asking yourself, why is he treating her better than he treated you? Because he improved. That's why he's doing better with her than what he did with you, because he improved. Well, I don't know what his job is now, or even if she has one. It doesn't matter if she has a job, because if he's making money somewhere, if he's selling drugs on a street corner, he's making enough money to take care of 3 of them. They taken care of. I don't even know if they're successful right now. They're together. They're successful. Because that's what people don't think about here in America. You believe that you have to be rich to be successful in a relationship. You believe, a lot of women have the hypergamy theory, where they believe that they have to elevate themselves and go up a status tier to be successful in a relationship. You could be broke in the project. You could be on Section 8 with your boyfriend and be successful in your relationship because y'all are taking good care of one another. But y'all can try to find ways to make extra money to get off of Section 8. Try to find ways to go from renting to buying, trying to find ways to go from struggling to not struggling. And y'all can spend the rest of y'all life working together, saving money and investing money so that y'all don't have to struggle no more. Or y'all could waste money buying Gucci purses and Louis Vuitton bags and red bottom shoes and going to the club and trying to live your 20s and your 30s and all this stuff. But either way it goes, you know, you could be successful in your relationship without being rich. So women, y'all don't need to go find no man that make $80,000 to $100,000 a year. Y'all can find a man that make $20,000 a year. If he's willing to give you everything he's got, that's what you want to build on. That's what you want to build on. You don't need to find a man that's making 7 figures, 8 figures a year. Because like I tell y'all throughout this whole 3-hour, 20-minute podcast with Chris Brown punching 19 different women in the face, 20 different women in the face, he be beating on girls because he rich. He ain't got to worry about that shit. He paid the cost of court and go back on about his day. He pay a settlement to the victim and go on about his day. Ain't got to sit in jail for 10 years for beating on no woman. But these women will get with Chris Brown because he got a nice voice. He got a nice voice and a lot of money. That's it. He don't got a good attitude. He not respecting y'all. He's not treating y'all like gold. But because he's got a nice voice and he got money, y'all gonna go over there and y'all gonna take a few months worth of getting beat on before y'all say this too much for me. But y'all won't take a man that is cleaning toilets at a McDonald's and say that's the man for me, because he will work 2 jobs, come straight home to me, give me all of his money, and go back to work and let me take care of the household, and I don't got to go to work. Y'all won't take that guy that's a shift manager at a Checkers and date that guy and say that's the guy for me. I can take my money and put it with his money and we can both make money together. We can move into the same house and now we only have half the bills to pay. We can take half the money that we're not putting in bills and we can invest it in the stocks, bonds, and mutualities. We can build ourselves up financially, and then we can have the type of empire that we can leave to our kids. We can make enough money where we can afford to take care of kids so that we're not dealing with unplanned pregnancies and we're not dealing with unexpected childbirth. We're dealing with the stuff that we planned on doing. So we don't have to try to make our children feel like it ain't their fault that we're suffering because we didn't want to have an abortion. We have kids and we glad that we had these kids because we made enough money to take care of these kids. We building up the type of empire where we can set their future up. We putting away money for their college. We putting away money for them to graduate from high school and have a business start up in their name where they don't have to do shit but get paid off the business. This is the kind of stuff that you're supposed to be trying to do when you find you a partner. Not trying to see how much money he got so he can give you trips around the world and buy you expensive shit. But because that's what women focus on is the trips around the world. They want a generous man. They want a man that'll give them money, not make them happy. They want a man that'll fly them somewhere they've never been before and take them to an expensive restaurant that they can't afford to take themselves. Not prioritize her when she's sick. Not prioritize her when she's not feeling well. Not rearrange his schedule so that she has his undivided attention while still being able to work a full-time job. She don't care about that shit. She wants a man to spend all this extra money to make her look pretty so that she can go out there and attract other men so that if this man isn't spending enough money on her, another man will. If you change your priorities as a woman and focus on the man's character, not the man's wallet, you would actually do better with finding a better quality man. He doesn't have to be a rich man, but he would definitely be a better quality man. Likewise, I tell men to do the same thing, that if you stop focusing on sex being a prize, then, and I know that hurts to hear, but that's the truth. And then you say, I tell men the same thing, that if you're trying to find a better value woman, a higher value woman, your ability to find a better value woman, you have to stop focusing on sex. You have to start focusing on the fact that she is helping you be successful so that y'all can put y'all money together so that y'all can build something. Y'all can't build something together if y'all are not investing in each other. If you're just getting from him, he's wasting money. And that money that he's spending on you could have been going into a stock and buy. Look, they got 2 women right here. I'm gonna tell you right now. You can open up a checking account right now. There's about 8,700 or 8,800 financial institutions in the United States. All of them right now are offering you 5% interest on, and some of them are offering 7% interest on up to the first $500 you put into your checking account. you can take $200 and each time you want to go to the club, each time you want to go do something stupid, each time you want to go buy something that you don't need to buy for yourself, you can take $200 and put it into a checking account, get guaranteed 5% interest annually on that account. And if you're making less than $10 a year on that account, they don't even report it to the IRS. So just like claiming tips, you choose whether or not you're going to tell the IRS that you're making that money. Likewise, if you want to max out that bank account and put the maximum quantity of money that they're going to give you 5% interest on and just go ahead and report it to the IRS and do your write-offs and whatever you're going to do, you can do that too. But the fact is that somewhere between $150, $175 at a time you put into this bank account, you'll make about $9.75 a year off of each bank account, which is 5% interest on your money. But you do that to a few hundred bank accounts. You start having a few $100,000 in your bank account. You start getting $50,000, $60,000 a year from your bank accounts alone, and that is secured, low risk, no risk interest that you're getting off of an investment, where you're just putting money into the bank and letting it sit there and make money for you. But that's money that you're going to put there and not fuck with for the whole year. Likewise, I told you guys about trade bots with the Bitcoin, where Bitcoin last year was $20,000. And I was telling y'all about investing into Bitcoin. And if y'all would invest into Bitcoin when Bitcoin was $20,000 in March, April, and May of 2023, now Bitcoin is $72,000 in October of 2024. Your $20,000 worth of Bitcoin just gained you $50,000, $52,000. If you invest your money in shit instead of wasting money, then you would be financially set, because that person that put up 20 grand in March of last year that's got 72 grand in October of this year can take half the money out and still got 12 grand more than what he started with last year and got $32,000, which is some people's annual income off of just putting this money into stock and just leaving it there. Those of y'all that's investing into Apple, Tesla, T-Mobile, Dodge, Ford, I'm telling you, they got investments like the treasury bonds, where they're giving you guaranteed interest. Guaranteed interest, tax deduction, not tax deduction, tax deferred for 20 whole years. You're talking about they got other types of government bonds where you're getting variable fixed rates, where you can put your money in places where your money can make money for you. And then when you're in your 50s and 60s, 20 years from now, because you're in your 30s, when you're in your 50s and 60s, 20 years from now, that money is hundreds of thousands of dollars where you're living off the interest. You can fly across the world. You can do all kinds of other stuff with your money. But women aren't thinking about that. Men are thinking about that. And men are thinking about trying to find a woman that can do that with them. And women don't give a shit about that. Women care about spending the money that the man got right now, instead of letting that man save that money and invest that money so that she got more money later. When you're 40 and 50 years old, you can travel the world with your husband because he quit his job and y'all are living off the interest. Y'all can move to another country. I was telling y'all this last week, last month, last year, that y'all can go to Japan and it's $1,000 a person in Japan. It's $1,000 a person in the Philippines. And that's living the life of Riley, because really you could do it on $700. But it's $1,000 a person over there. And in Japan, if you have children and you're a native in Japan, they don't even pay, the government pay for the childbirth over there. You can go to South Korea, you can do the same thing. In Vietnam, it's the same thing. It's like $800-900 a month to live out there. Everything paid for, not just the rent. It's not $800-900 a month for the rent. It's $800-900 a month for the standard of living. You got in certain places in the United States, like California, the rent is $3,500 a month. Florida, the rent is $4,500 a month. Plus light, gas, water, car insurance, phone bills, all this other shit. Where you're looking at $5,500, $6,500 a month, it's got to be your income so that you're not struggling. And you telling me that you can live off of $1,000 a month in a different country. If you and your husband, if you and your boyfriend get your shit together, and then instead of spending $35,000 on an engagement ring and $100,000 on a wedding, you take that $135,000 and put it in stocks and bonds, and then 10 years down the line, y'all can fly the world with the interest and never touch the principal. But y'all don't think about these things. And then y'all wonder why men be like, you know what, fuck this chick, I'm going somewhere else, because they're trying to find somebody that can be a partner to them. Y'all just trying to find somebody to spend money on y'all. And then if they don't do it right, then y'all want to get mad. Then you think, do you think he's thinking on the father role? Anytime a man dates a woman, he's going to think about the father role. He might have not had that in his plans. But when he starts dating a woman that's got a child, it's in his plans because that's a package deal. No man is going to date a woman that has a child talking about something, I don't want no kids. But a man that said that he wanted kids, but he could not get kids with the woman that he had, and he gets a woman that's already got kids, he can say, well, I'm already out of the diaper phase, but there's a kid. I wanted my own kids, but I can always have kids with this woman, even though that kid is not mine. So you say, because that's what I think is going on. They are flying around and going on vacations and having romantic dinners, etc. Yeah, they live in a life that they're supposed to live because that's what you do with the person that you want. But being the person that he doesn't want, you're not supposed to be following his social media platform trying to figure out what he got going on in his life. He didn't give it. Y'all broke up 4 years ago. 3 hours and 30 minutes of me telling you this. This is your therapy. I'm telling you right now. Y'all broke up 4 years ago. You should not be paying attention to what your ex is doing 4 years later. Don't matter. Don't give a shit. Don't matter. Move on. Find yourself somebody else. Don't be that woman that got to somebody else's neither. Don't have a main and a side. Don't have a friend zone. Don't have none of that other shit. Get your shit together. Get your mentality together. Go get you one that's got good priorities, that is going to also prioritize you, and then put all your effort into that person. That's what you do. That's what you do. People say that revenge, success is its own revenge. Be successful. Be successful in your next relationship. That's how you fix him. Because he fixed you. He's successful in his next relationship. He ain't pissed off. He happy. He not only is he happy, he blocked you. So he ain't even trying to pay attention to what's going on in your life. He don't give a fuck what's going on in your life. He is happy. You spent more time dwelling on him on this podcast tonight than he paid attention to your ass in the last 4 years. Make no sense. You should not be giving him more than what he's giving to you. I don't understand why you would even try yourself like that. But until you fix that train of thought, you're not going to be able to improve. And that's what you need to do to be able to find you a higher value man. You have to improve how you are, how you behave, because a man is going to be looking for a partner, a girlfriend, a wife, and he is not going to want his girlfriend or his wife to compare him to another man. And that's exactly what you would be doing, is that you would be comparing this dude to somebody else. We already don't want your body count. We don't want to be reminded of your body count. I get a crash car. I don't want to be reminded that this is a salvage car. I accepted it as is. I rebuilt it. I just want to use it. I don't want to have to be reminded that this bitch was totaled multiple times and the frame is damaged. You understand? So Lolly says, with the utmost respect, how does the nature of their relationship impact you if you knew that they were incredibly happy? What does that information do for you? See, I said the same thing, Lolly. I said the same thing. She said, I just feel like they're winning and I'm losing because I don't have him no more. I never had him, and he was never really interested. Okay. And Lolly says, if you were with him right now, the man that did not invest time or energy into your relationship, would you be winning? And she says, it impacts me because it makes me feel horrible seeing him happy. He made it work with her and not me. He knew how I felt about him, but didn't care. He played me. Nah, he didn't play you. You played yourself, because he told you don't wait on him. He said that already. He said, oh, you say he played you like a yo-yo? He didn't play you like a yo-yo. No. Women do care about their money. I know whole groups of women who support each other by learning how to invest. That's about access to information, not gender. No. When I said that when women get a man, she ain't caring about investing with that man, I was not talking about how women are not smart and capable of investing money. I never said that women are not able to become self-made women, higher valued, higher financial status women, wealthy women that know how. Half of the country is women, and the stock market's top 1%. Half of the top 1% is women. Whether they got it out of divorce or they got it out of investments and stocks and bonds and stuff. What I said was that when women get with men, they're not paying attention to boosting up that man's status by investing. So when you tell me about the group of women that got together and they were investing by themselves, it was a group of women that were investing. You didn't tell me how a group of women got with their husbands and was investing with their husbands and helping their husbands become more successful. So that was what I was telling you. Women don't get with men that are financially responsible so that they can invest with that man. Women don't get men that make better choices with their money so that the man ain't wasting the money. Women get a man that's waste money on them and take them to the club, waste money on them having steak dinners, waste money on them taking them trips around the world. Women aren't getting men that are going to be reasonable about their standard of living and take all the extra cash and put it into higher earnings so that the family, the man-woman family, does not have to suffer in the future or does not have to continue struggling in the future, where they can retire out of the work field and live off of their past efforts. Women do not get with men for that reason. When women look for a man, they want to know how much money is he making and how much of that he's willing to give to her. And that mentality is not the mentality of a woman that is going to get with a man and build that man up. That is a mentality of a woman that's going to get with that man and utilize whatever he's going to provide to her. And then if he doesn't provide enough of that on a regular basis, she might leave him for somebody that'll provide more. The women that stay with their man will stay with their man on whatever level that he's on. But there aren't very many women that gets with a man and say, all right, I see what the budget is. Let's take 15% of this and let's put this over that way in the top 5% of stock markets so that we can start building us some capital. You don't have that. As a matter of fact, you don't have too many women right now where if you told a woman if you wanted $100 today or a Bitcoin, which one would you want? Most women would say $100 because they don't even know that a fucking Bitcoin is worth $72,000 because they don't pay attention to that. They pay attention to buy me things, give me stuff, take care of me, take me places. They don't care about what do I got to do to make him more successful. What do I got to do to help him be more financially stable? Women don't have that mentality. So women have the mentality of taking care of themselves. Women have the mentality of investing in themselves. Women have the mentality of taking the resources from a man and putting it into an escape fund so that if they leave the man, they got enough money to take care of themselves. But a woman does not always walk into any relationship with the mentality of, I'm going to make him better. I'm going to boost him up. We are going to be better. I asked her this at the beginning of the show. How many men have you got with that was broke and was rich when you left them? How many men that you got was unemployed and now run a business after you left them? How many men started at the bottom and because of you, they have gained 5 levels when you left them? Most women are going to say that they were either on the same level that they were on when she met him or they fell off when she left him. And the fact that he fell off is probably why she left him. That's what I was talking about. I'm not saying that women are capable of making money because that is the furthest thing from the truth. Women are definitely capable of making money, which is why women should pay for the man from the first date to the engagement so that she can show that man that she's worth something. Then the man can take care of her for the rest of their life. What he did to me wasn't right. This girl isn't getting the same crappy treatment I got for all those years. That's because that man didn't want you and you kept lingering around him. What the information does for me is that it gives me some type of insight to see what he does in his life. But that information doesn't give you the type of insight to help you improve your decision-making process so that you can find you a better man, so that you can be a better woman for that better man, because that's what you're supposed to be focusing on. First person accountability. How do you improve yourself so that you can be better for the next person? Because he figured out what he was doing wrong when he was with you and Ashley. And then he changed his ways, and now he's with this other girl, and now he's not behaving with her the way he was behaving with you. And that was his failure with you, and he fixed that before he got with the next girl. If you were going to do anything, if you're going to take anything away from this man's relationship, you understand that he changed and he improved and moved on. You need to change and improve and then move on. She said, Lollipop says, I know, and that sucks. That's such a sucky feeling, but at the end of the day, it's not serving you to focus on him. Thank you. It's not at all. She said the good and bad comments were disrespectful, but it's true. But I'm really trying to see what is so great about this lady. she's aiding him in his agenda, whatever his agenda is. What is he gonna do with somebody who is body is messed up from having kids? Like, I don't get it. It ain't about her body. It's about her effort. A man will take an ugly chick that is going to be beneficial to him because she's going to respect him, appreciate him, value him, and then aid him in his agenda before he takes a model. If a model is going to disrespect him, degrade him, devalue him, and not aid him towards his agenda, the man has a harder way to go with a pretty girl that's going to treat him like shit than he would have with the ugly girl that's going to treat him like a king. It just makes me think that's what he wanted all along, a woman with baggage. He didn't want a woman that had baggage. He wanted a woman that respected him and followed his lead and did what he wanted done, and he didn't do what he wanted done at the time. Do you think they ever argue? Every relationship has an argument. There's never a relationship that doesn't have an argument. But the difference is that when you're in a relationship where you guys respect each other, appreciate each other, and value each other, those are the types of relationships where you work that shit out. Instead of you just cursing each other out and disrespecting each other, you try to negotiate what went wrong, not who did wrong, and then try to devise a plan as to how you guys are going to work through that, so that if that situation happens again, that you are prepared for it. A lot of the times when you guys have a bad experience in your relationship, you guys tend to try to prepare for that going forward in the future. So problem solving, preventative problem solving, collateral damage, decision-making process allows you guys to understand that you're not reliving catastrophic failure repetitive times in the same relationship. Now, Lollipop says maybe so, and if so, girl, you dodged a bullet. That relationship could be toxic as fuck. Now, that is just gaslighting her, Lolly. I'm gonna be real with you, because if he's happy with this girl and they're traveling the world and everything is fine, then he could have fixed whatever his flaws were with the first girl, and then now he's not doing that with the next girl, and they could be just fine. But you have not dodged the bullet with him, because he's not beating her and dragging her all over the street. He's not going to jail for putting her under the rug or nothing like that. So when you start talking about, I see you, Rudis. I'll talk to you in a second. I'm gonna see you in a second. The fact is that she did not dodge a bullet because the man didn't want to have nothing to do with her and only came around every now and again, once every 4 months. And then after 5 years of that, they parted ways. She didn't dodge a bullet on that. She was lingering unconditionally in a situation that she should not have been lingering in. What you need to do is dodge the bullet of potentially getting drawn up in a negative relationship like this going forward in the future, where you're going to be hooking up with somebody that is not going to respect you, appreciate you, or value you, and you're going to stay there and allow that to happen. That is not something that you're supposed to do. You're dwelling on a relationship that's over for 4 years, like spilled milk that got cleaned up 10 months ago, like a murder scene where they didn't already rebuilt the whole building and took all of the evidence out that the murder occurred. You're just dwelling on shit that happened so long ago that you can't change it, you can't fix it, you can't undo it. And you need to let it go, because that's not healthy for you. But even if the relationship is not toxic as fuck, it does not mean that you dodged the bullet because he looks happy in these photos with this other chick. So Barbie says, yeah, I know, I'm trying not to be sad. It hurts so much, like this girl has my dude. She ain't got your dude. That wasn't your dude. That was never your dude. Rudima says, yo, what's up? It's good to see you, man. We doing all right. We're having one of those conversations. We were talking about 50-50 dating, then we slid into this. So this was a left field conversation today, Rudimus. But it's good to see you checked in with us. I'm glad that you stopped by. Hopefully that you kept your score up there in the 2000s range. But let me know if you ever managed to get it up to the 2400s, because it's hard to play chess in the 2400s. Barbie goes on to say, I wanted to add he rarely saw his mom. That doesn't matter. So I think he was also looking for a mother figure. No. You just trying to devalue the man now. You're just trying to discredit and devalue the man to make yourself feel better. Talking about he's dating this girl because she's a mother because he misses his mama. If he wants his mama, he gonna go home to his mama. If his mama dead, he gonna go visit his mama's grave. Ain't no man gonna go date no girl because he misses mama. That make no damn sense. Ain't no man gonna date no girl because he misses mama. That is the man shaming tactics that women do to devalue and discredit men, to deflect from self-reflection. You have to understand that he left. He didn't want to be there. That's why you only saw him once every 4 months. So you saw him 3 times a year because he really didn't want to be around you. You have to understand that, as harsh as that is. And he got with somebody that apparently he has been happy and content with for the past 12 months, because he got with her in 2023. It's 2024. They've been together for almost a year, if not more than a year, and he is somewhat happy. There are no Instagram photos of them fighting. There are no Instagram photos of them not being happy together. There are no Instagram photos of them breaking up and then getting back together. So you would assume that ain't nothing going wrong in that relationship. He ain't did that because he's looking for a mother figure. He probably did not do that because he wanted to be a father either. He did it because he liked the girl. He found out that the girl had kids. He didn't care that she had kids, because women want a man to accept her for who she is, baggage and all. So just because she's a mother does not mean anything with his decision-making process, because he's doing what women want, is accepting the woman for who she is, baggage and all, mistakes and all, flaws and all. And then he adapted to that situation and made that situation work. So what he didn't do with you was adapt to your situation and make that situation work. And you should not dwell on it. You should fix your mistakes. And your mistakes is your decision-making process as to what you allowed to happen that you should not have allowed to happen, and what you didn't do that you should have done. 2-part process. Then in your next relationship, you are not going to allow things to happen like only see your boyfriend once every 4 months. And you're going to do things that you didn't really get a chance to do, like be more involved in making sure that he's successful with his objectives. Value him, appreciate him, and respect him, and then you don't have that problem. So Barbie goes on to say, wondering what's so great about that girl. Does she cook and clean like I keep things there sometimes wrong with me? Well, ma'am, if you don't think that cooking and cleaning is something that you was doing in a relationship that should have been done, then you need to learn how to cook and learn how to clean. You got Shark vacuum cleaners. You can get you a Swiffer wet jet. You got dishwashers these days. There's a microwave. There's cookbooks online. There's all kinds of stuff that you can do. You can practice cooking. You can practice cleaning. And you can practice cooking while cleaning. That way you're multitasking. Then when you get with the next man, you'll be a pro at it. If you feel like most men want to, because this is what women don't do. What a man does is a man understands that universally most women expect certain things. All women are different. All women have different expectations. But the primary expectations that are universally there amongst all women, a man tries to meet those expectations first. Then when he gets with the girl, then he tries to find out what else she wants that he can do. And then he tries to get that done. If you have that mentality, then you understand that you will do what you believe most men want a woman to do, which is probably cook and clean and make sure his iron his clothes and run his bath water and massage his back when he comes home from work and whatever else you think that men like. And then when you get with this man, you ask him what he wants from you. He will tell you what to do, and then you do that. Then you will be 100% the type of woman that he wants, because a man wants a woman that cooperates with him. A man wants a woman that can follow his lead, which means that she has to follow instructions. A man wants a woman that prioritizes him, which means you have to know what his priorities are, which means you have to either ask, or if you fail to ask, listen when he tells you what his priorities are, and then do that. If your man's got allergies, find out what those allergies are and make sure that he doesn't get caught up with none of his allergies. If he has a weakness or a sickness, you find out what those are and you protect that. If your man's weak on his left, you always on his left to make sure that nobody gets to him. That's what you want to do. You want to make sure that you prioritize your man. Now, if you do that, if you're learning how to cook and learning how to clean and learning how to sew right now, learning how to balance the books, learning how to invest right now, you ain't got no time to focus on your ex. Then when you come across a man, you know how to invest, you know how to count money, you know how to save money, you know how not to waste money on bullshit that you don't need. So he ain't wasting no money on bullshit that you don't need. You're going to encourage him not to waste money on bullshit that he don't need. You're going to take the money that he's not wasting and invest in shit. You're going to cook, clean. You're going to iron his clothes. You're going to crease him up and cook him dinner and bring it to his job and prioritize the man and aid the man in financial success. Whatever man you get next will never leave. Won't even cheat on you because he don't give a fuck. He's like, nah, man, because I will never find a woman that can do all of that. If he finds one that does that, he ain't trying to let that one go. I can tell you right now. And on top of that, the sex is worth it. Hey, that's a trifecta right there. So what agenda? He hasn't had a fight since last year. Okay. He's not an alpha male. All right, y'all. So here we go. What agenda? Is his agenda is trying to be a prize fighter? Then aiding your man in his training is his agenda. Making sure he's got the right workout equipment. If you got to help him with his gym membership, if you got to drop him off at his trainer's house or whatever, he has to have the right diet to be at the right weight class. He has to have the right nutrition so that he's healthy enough. And that goes down to having more, sometimes in some situations, more expensive food, because you can't just eat any old thing and be at the peak of performance for a fight. A lot of times when you lose from a fight, you have to have recovery time before you have training time. Then you have to find another person that's willing to fight you. So he does not have to have a fight in the last year, especially if he's focusing more on the welding. And then you think about it, he's been with this girl for the past year. If she says that she would prefer that he not fight because she doesn't want to lose him and she doesn't want him to get injured in a fighting where he's not going to be able to sustain himself, he could have retired from fighting because he's dating this girl and the child don't want him to fight. Either way, it don't matter. Fact is that whatever his agenda is now with this girl, if she's aiding him with that agenda, that's what matters. And you're going to, again, devalue him as a man. And this type of negative behavior is not good for you when you go and find another man, because another man is not going to want you to talk bad about him behind his back the same way you're not going to talk bad about him to his face. You're going to, if you find a flaw in this man, you're going to help him fix it without saying nothing about it. You see it. You mention that we need to work on this, and then you do what you got to do to help him fix it. You never, a good woman never lets her man look bad in public. A good woman never treats her man bad behind closed doors. So if he looks bad in public and you're allowing that to happen, then you're not doing a good job protecting your man. The same way a good man is not going to let his woman get beat up. A good man is not going to let his woman get robbed. A good man is going to take the bullet for her. A good man is going to try to keep her from getting wet. He's going to keep her from getting cold. He's going to keep her from getting hurt. So she's not going to hit her head on the table. She's not going to slip and fall and break her leg. And if she does slip and fall, he's going to carry her the rest of the way. The same way that a man is going to do for a woman is supposed to make sure that the man never looks bad. The man should never look like a failure. Even if he is a failure, even if he doesn't have a dollar to his name, but he's taking her family out to dinner and she's got to slide him money under the table so that he can look like he's paying for the dinner, she is supposed to always make him look good. And a valuable woman is never going to allow her man to look bad. So if she's going to allow him to have his credit card decline, knowing he ain't have enough money for all the shit that she ordered, that's not a valuable woman. If she knows that he's not successful and she's going to brag about that to her friends and family, that's not a valuable woman. Because the man's agenda is to be and be perceived as a successful man. So if you're projecting and promoting the fact that he's not a successful man, then you are not valuable to him. And you are not valuable to any of the men that are going to be listening to this podcast, because you are devaluing this man. And this man is a 4 years ago ex, not a this week ex, not a last month ex, not a I'm in my feelings because it just recently happened ex. This happened so long ago, this relationship ain't even on life support. This happened so long ago that you buried it, you put cement on top of it, and then you built a monument of something else on top of that. And you still dwelling on it for 4 hours. That's not healthy. Most men are going to look at that and say, this female is a train wreck. And that's not good for you. So as a female, what you should do is focus on yourself, not him, not his happiness with her. Focus on yourself. Just like Lollipop said, focus on yourself. Prioritize. what you are trying to improve in yourself, the mistakes that you made in your engagements with him, your decision-making process on selecting a man, because when you selected him, that was a bad choice. Prioritize observing character, behavior, the way he treats you, the way he prioritizes you. He's not supposed to sacrifice his work hours to be there for you, but if he has time outside of work, he is supposed to make time for you if you are important to him. And if he is making time for you, you are not only making time for him, you are finding out what his agenda is, what his priorities are, and you are finding a way to incorporate his priorities into your primary objective. And if you believe that some of the things that men expect from a woman, because that's what they need done, because they're not able to do it for themselves because they spend all day fucking working, if you believe that a man needs a woman to cook, clean, and do his laundry, run his bath water, and all this stuff, then figure out, learn how to do that stuff while you're single. And then when you find a man, do that for him. And then when you get that man, don't expect that to be all that he's looking for. Go ask him what he wants. Go ask him what he wants. Because once you ask a man what he wants, he might tell you, I don't need you to cook because I can cook too. Or let's cook together. You can cook sometimes, I cook sometimes. We can have cooking competitions. You can cook your best meal today, I cook my best meal tomorrow. We can cook our best meal for the holidays and bring our family over. But the fact is that you don't know what kind of man that you're getting if you don't prioritize improving. So now you're going to say, it's hard to focus in myself when I got this dark cloud behind me. And however many years it takes for you to get through that dark cloud, man, and find a silver lining, that's how many years you need to stay single, because you should not get into a new relationship while you're dwelling on the last one. And likewise, you should not be at any point in time trying to prioritize your last relationship when you get into your next relationship. So you're going to have to try to figure that out. You're going to have to try to hash out, how do you improve yourself? And when I tell you don't think about them, you tell me I can't. Well, I don't have any other advice for you on that, because there are no tips and tricks of not going. The best way to not look him up on social media, delete all your social media. If he's got Instagram, delete Instagram. He's got Facebook, delete Facebook. That way you can't find him. You can't look him up. Delete your whole account. He's not on YouTube because he's not on this podcast right now talking to you. Talking to me, talking to you. So he's apparently not on TikTok. So you can jump on the show on TikTok. You can jump on the show from Twitter. You can jump on the show from YouTube. He's not here. You can come here. But Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, if that's where he's at, don't go there. Delete those accounts. Block his number and then delete the number. That way you don't even have the number, because most people don't remember phone numbers these days. Most people get the number, type it in, type the person's name in there. But if you delete that contact out of your phone, you don't remember what their phone number is. So if you delete the phone number, delete all of the social medias, you don't have all that information. You don't have a way to contact them. Eventually, you're going to stop thinking about them. You're not going to stop thinking about them while you're sitting here dwelling over it, while you're sitting over here hashing it out on a podcast, while you're sitting over here looking him up every day, looking her up every day, every other day, to see how much better things are with them. But you would be able to make sure that you focus and prioritize on yourself, and you would be able to improve yourself. And then you guys would be able to have a happier, more loving and fulfilling lifestyle when you move on with somebody else. You're never going back to this man. You're never going back to this man. No matter how good or how bad this man treated you, if he's treating somebody else better than he treated you, if you got back with this man, you would try to destroy him because he made somebody else's life better than he made yours. So you're never going back to this man. You need to just get that out of your mind. It's like a total fire engine. It's done. Nobody wants it anymore. You need to move on and get you something else. Get you something completely different. Y'all was in different cities. So you should be able to find a different man that is nothing like him in a different city. That way you don't have to deal with this bullshit. Don't socialize with any of his friends. If y'all had mutual friends, disown all of his mutual friends. That way nobody's talking to him about you and nobody's talking to you about him. If he gets married, you don't know about it. If they break up, you don't know about it. You blocked his number, so he can't call you after 4 years and try to cry on your shoulder because his most recent relationship doesn't work. And that's good that y'all don't have mutual friends. But I'm just saying, if y'all had mutual friends, that y'all don't, you need to detach yourself from the whole scenario. One of the things that men do well is fall off the face of the earth. I don't fuck with you no more. There ain't no way we're gonna come in contact. You're not gonna see me in passing. You're not gonna pass me in a restaurant. I would have to show you where my stomping grounds are, and you would have to go to my stomping grounds when you know where I'm at, when you know that I'm there, so that you could deliberately run into me. But I tell men these days in 2024 that you don't take girls to where your favorite places are. You don't hunt where you sleep. You don't pick up chicks in your favorite bar or your favorite restaurant. You go somewhere else and you pick up chicks. So that if your relationship goes south and you go to your favorite bar or your restaurant, she'll never go there because she don't even know that that's your favorite place. You don't even tell her where your favorite place is. If you're going to tell her what your favorite things to do are, is your favorite things to do as a couple, not your favorite things to do as a single man. Because when you break up with her as a single man, you don't want her to come to your favorite places. So when a man breaks up with a woman, or when a woman breaks up with a man, the relationship is done. Outside of her knowing where his house is, she don't know nothing else about him. She knows where his house is and where his job is, because that's what the information they relayed to one another while they was in a relationship. But what does he do for fun now? Who is he socializing with now? No, that ain't happening. Typically then migrated away from that shit. And I strongly encourage for you to do the same thing. I strongly encourage you to do the same thing. This was a great talk today. I really appreciate all of y'all coming in. Actually, there's a lot of y'all in here right now, but I really appreciate, especially the two of you ladies, being able to put in your 2 cents. And I strongly encourage you ladies to be able to keep coming back. I'm going to be here tomorrow again at 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 5 Pacific. We got some different topics that we're going to be rolling out, and I have no problem with segueing every now and again. When you guys do come in and y'all want to talk about something different, that is fine with me by all means. But we got more before we wrap it up. Another thing that hurt was when he hugged a girl he knew right in front of me. He was telling me she's lesbian. I was still mad though. Well, all right, let me take another few more minutes on this before I stop. Not that long though. Okay, check this out. Ladies, y'all don't want men to touch other women. Don't matter if they're lesbians or not. But y'all feel like it's okay for y'all to have male friends. It's okay for y'all to have a male best friend and all this, that, and the other. If a man is not allowed to have contact with a female, whether they're best friends or lovers or ex-lovers or whatever the case may be, then y'all can't have it either. Women are going to say that men are insecure because men are territorial and they're going to be exclusive to their, if they're going to be exclusive to their woman, they're definitely expecting their woman to be exclusive to them. And having a woman that is hanging all on other men and affectionately, even if they're just allegedly platonic friends, that platonic male friend is just waiting on his turn. He is not platonic. Even a gay male friend is still a threat, because by choice, a man is with another man, and by choice, that man can equally be with you. So just because he's more interested in men than women doesn't mean that they don't all of a sudden have the ability to swing back on the regular field. So we're not, when you say that he hugged another woman, you do have jealousy in your heart. Lots of it. So much so that you won't even let the man go after 4 years. And that's going to be terrible for the next man, because that is some Lorena Bobbitt type, I can't believe it's not butter. Like, you're really going to be like doing the most with the next guy. And I'm just going to come right out and say that you're going to be really doing the most with the next guy. And the truth is that you got to really think about this. If you are that disturbed by him touching another female, then you are going to have to, one, prioritize yourself to build up enough confidence to find the kind of man that's going to prioritize you, so that when he platonically hugs a female that he knows that you are not threatened by that. And then two, knowing that you're not comfortable with him hanging on other females. You're not going to socialize with men while you're in a relationship because you know that you are not okay with him socializing with women when you're in a relationship. Think about this. I said it earlier in the show. The way you want your partner to treat you is the way you're supposed to behave for your partner. So if you're uncomfortable with your boyfriend hugging another woman, then you're not supposed to have interactions with another man. That's the only way that that's going to be fair for the both of y'all. Wait, one more thing. Okay. Yeah. Hey, I'm getting paid to sit here, so we could carry this for at least another 5 hours if you like. I'd prefer to segue into a bathroom, but I can hang out for a few more because I double check my schedule because normally I have something going on at this time, but my contracts are 7 a.m., 4 a.m. tomorrow, 5 a.m., 6 a.m. So I don't have anything going on for the next 5 hours, 5.5 hours. So by all means, I can kind of entertain this for a little bit longer because when I have the extra time, I can do longer podcasts. So after he blocked me on the phone, 1 month later, I got a text asking when can they see me again from an unknown number. Do you think it was him? Fuck no, that wasn't him. No, because men don't do that. Men don't do that. If he blocked you because you was getting on his fucking nerves that day and then he decides that he wanted, what's going on with you, Chris? Tell her. You could be the perfect explanation on this. You can say it right now. If a dude is tired of a chick calling him on the phone and he blocked the number, will he contact her later from an unknown number and say, can we hook up again later? I'm going to tell you from my personal experience as a man that does not happen. If you get on my fucking nerves and to the magnitude that I block you, I don't want to fuck with you. I'm not going to block you for a couple of hours and then unblock you and be like, ooh, I'm in the mood. You want to come and do? No, that is some crazy ass toxic ass shit. And when I start recognizing the fact that I'm dealing with some crazy ass toxic ass shit, I'm going to block it. I don't want to fuck with it no more. Now, I don't help me make it make sense, gentlemen. If there is a female out there that is that attractive for you to be dealing with some toxic ass behavior, some negative behavior to the magnitude that you have to block her. And I'm only saying it like that, Barbie, because that's really what has to happen for a man to block you, because it ain't about money. It ain't about status. Steve, help me out. When you block a woman, you blocked her. You don't want to fuck with her. So it ain't about money. It ain't about, oh, she didn't take me where I wanted to go. I wanted to go to Nordstrom's and she took me to Taco Bell. It ain't about that. It's about she got on my fucking nerves. She talked down to me. She disrespected me. She tried to degrade me and devalue me. She's calling me insecure. She's saying that I'm not a man. She's saying that there's something wrong with my childhood. She's blaming the toxicity in the relationship on the trauma from my last girlfriend. The girl that's treating me like shit right now is my trauma. So I block her. When that happens, ain't no man trying to say, oh, I want her back. I miss her. Because what did you bring to that table besides good sex? If you brought chaos and a woman, a good, high value woman that is a partner in your relationship is going to bring you peace and is going to aid you in your success. And if you brought chaos to the magnitude of him having to block your number, where were you being a good partner for him to say that I will put up with this fuckery so that I can get some good sex? Ain't no man doing that. Okay, ma'am, you're going to say you never brought the man chaos, but I'm going to tell you right now that men don't block women that don't bring them chaos. You don't have to believe that you brought them chaos, but men do not block women that do not bring them chaos. Men do not delete women from their phone for 20 years unless the girlfriend that he's dating right now is that insecure that he is forced to delete those women out of his phone so that he does not have to prove to her that he's not cheating on her with somebody else. So when a man blocks you while you're in communication with him, you got on his goddamn nerves to the magnitude where he was like, fuck this shit. I do not want to get any more messages from her today. That is chaos. That's chaos. How did I bring chaos when he used my car and my gas? Baby, just because he used your car and your gas don't change the fact that when he was tired of talking on that discussion, he wanted to let that discussion go. You didn't want to let that discussion go. You got on his goddamn nerves, and then after you got on his goddamn nerves, he blocked you. When he blocked you, that's when you got frustrated because you didn't want him to block you. You wanted him to talk to you whenever he wanted to talk to you. Yeah. When you brought him chaos when you insulted him. Yes, you brought him chaos and you insulted him. So it was two things that you did. And you have to understand that that's the truth. You brought him chaos and you assaulted him. There's no situation where a man is going to allow a woman to disrespect him, insult him, belittle him, degrade him, devalue him, and he's not going to block that number. When a man makes a mistake, a man will allow a woman to fuss at him for a little bit. When a man does something that he wasn't supposed to do and he recognizes the errors of his ways, he will allow himself to be talked down to for a little while. But there is a limit. And when you cross that limit, you're doing too much. And when you're doing too much, you're bringing chaos. You're bringing more chaos because you already bringing chaos when you're belittling him and talking down to him because he fucked up. Because every man recognizes when they fuck up, whether they admit it or not. They recognize when they fuck up. And then after they recognize when they fuck up, they try to fix it before you catch it. But if you caught it before they fixed it, at the end of the day, they knew that they fucked up and they're trying to fix it. And you're over here talking down to them while they're trying to fix it. So while we understand that, you have to also understand that if you're talking to a man that you didn't gave him the rundown, man, you got to understand that man is not going to sit there and let you talk to him any kind of way for no extended period of time. And then you was blocking him and y'all had this whole back and forth action. I can scroll back up and I go click on that section and read it exactly word for word what it was. But the way that y'all was talking to one another that day when he did block you, that was it. That was it. End of story. That chaos right there when you're trying to make him feel the way you felt for whatever situation that you're in, that's chaos. Those words in and of itself, ma'am, that's chaos. You are going to force me to feel negatively, to empathize with whatever the fuck you're going through. That's chaos. If I ain't doing right by you, if you ain't feeling okay because of what I'm not doing, and you come and you sit me down and have a little bit of an intervention and be like, okay, well, this is what's going on. This is how I feel about it. I don't like this. I don't like that. And then I have the opportunity to choose to either change and fix it and improve, or you're going to leave. That is it. That is a healthy relationship. But if you're going to make me feel how you felt, if you're going to destroy my self-esteem because your self-esteem is destroyed, if I didn't know that I was fucking up your self-esteem, but you're going to deliberately fuck up my self-esteem so that I can feel how you feel, that's chaos. That's not okay. If I was ugly, I'm not supposed to make you feel ugly because I'm ugly. If I'm fat, I'm not supposed to make you feel fat because I'm fat. If my feelings is hurt, I'm not supposed to deliberately hurt your feelings because my feelings is hurt. That is toxic behavior. If you recognize that you treating me wrong, or if you didn't, and I tell you that you're not treating me the way I want to be treated, and you got two choices. You're either going to improve or I'm not going to fuck with you no more. That's it. I'm still going to treat you the way I want you to treat me because that's how I want to be treated. Now, if you're not going to treat me the way I'm treating you, then I'm going to stop fucking with you. You're going to be like, hey, why you stop talking to me? You see how I had sat you down at one day and I told you that if you don't change, then I'm going to stop talking to you? That's why I stopped fucking with you. You see how the way I treat you, that's the way you're supposed to treat me. You're not treating me that way, I don't fuck with you no more. That's how that works. But when you continue to project that on him, no, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. That's toxic shit. And that means that when he blocked your number, when that grown-ass man blocked your number, he was done with you. She said, I had to insult him. I couldn't let him get away without letting him know how I feel. No, ma'am, you had no reason to insult him. You did not have any grounds to insult, degrade, devalue, or belittle a man just because he broke your heart. You do not have any rights to destroy a man's personality, is to interfere with a man's ego, or to in any way, shape, or form try to belittle or degrade or devalue a man's pride because your feelings are hurt. You do not have to do that. You choose to do that. And that toxic behavior is why you do not need to be in a relationship right now. You need to fix that mentality because No man deserves that. No person deserves to be treated that way. Just because I hurt your feelings does not mean that you are supposed to destroy me for that. Because whether or not I did it on purpose, whether or not I knew what I was doing was negatively impacting you, because a lot of the times people take actions without recognizing the impact that it's going to have on somebody else, first person accountability, and they can't make up how you feel, but they can try to improve the negative impact that it has on you. And sometimes people do stuff that's so egregious that they just can't make it right and they just leave, instead of allowing you to remind yourself how miserable you are because of the actions that they took. But the fact is that does not in any situation give you the right to continuously haunt this man and make this man feel miserable because your heart is broken. This is where that phrase, happy wife, happy lives come from. As long as you're not happy, you want to be wherever this man is, making him miserable so that he can feel the way you feel. That toxic behavior is not healthy. You are not supposed to be intent on keeping him miserable because you're not happy. Your happiness is not his happiness. And self-esteem is esteem of your motherfucking self. It has got nothing to do with him. You are happy because you are happy with you. You are happy because of the situation that you are in. You are not happy because of you. You are not happy because of the situation that you are in. Your happiness has nothing to do with him because he has been gone out of your life for 4 years. He does not impact your life at all in 2024. He has moved on so long that he's been in a long-term relationship since 2023, and he is still in that relationship, not thinking about you, and you want him to suffer in 2024. That is unhealthy mentality. He says it was necessary. He doesn't get to be happy, and I'm over here alone and grieving. You're not alone and grieving. You're alone and dwelling. Grieving was 2020, 2021. Grieving was a rebound sex you had in 2022. But in 2023, you ain't grieving. You're just jealous right now. You're jealous that he's happy and you're not. You're jealous that he recognized the error of his ways and he fixed himself and he moved on with his life, but you didn't. You're still stuck in the past, refusing to change. And he recognized what needed to be changed and he made those changes. Now he's happy with a whole family, and you're single and you're miserable in your 30s, which is harder for you to find another man because less men are attracted to older women in their older ages. Older men in their 30s and 40s and 50s are looking for 18 to 25, 27, because those women do not have the mentality that you have right now at 32. This right here is exactly why men are chasing women that are younger, because they have yet to be damaged like this. I wish he would have fixed himself with me. Every time we break up with somebody, sweetheart, most of us wish that our partner had fixed themselves for us. But if they don't, you fix yourself for yourself, and then you move on with no baggage from your last relationship, so that when you get into your next relationship is not negatively impacted by the bad decisions from your last relationship. But right now, while you're 4 hours and 17 minutes into not learning how to change yourself, you're showing me how 4 years have passed by and you have not changed yourself. And that is the reason why, if you and him would have still been together, y'all would have been on an on again, off again relationship where you'd have only seen him 12 more times in the last 4 years. Because you are not changing. You are not improving. You are not doing anything, even on this live podcast, to learn from the errors of your mistakes, not his mistakes, your mistakes. You are not learning how to better yourself to the magnitude where you are stuck. You are stuck in the past 4 years ago, when both of y'all was making mistakes, not just him, not just you, both of y'all was making mistakes. So why is it that 4 years have passed and the only person that could change was him? Why is it that 4 years have passed and the only person who can improve was him? Why is it that this man got his shit together and did better in somebody else's relationship? You say you've had relationships since him and you still single, stuck on him and not changing. Why is that? Why can't you fix yourself and move on? This like having a car with a blown transmission, talking about something, we're going to push it up here. Whoa, Bundy, why the fuck are you going to continue doing that and not just fix the goddamn transmission? If the shit's broke, fix it, man. That's how you do it. You fix it. Fix it. Recognize where you went wrong. Don't dwell on what he did. Don't dwell on what he did to you. Don't dwell on how he behaved. You recognize what you did wrong and fix you. Whether you didn't do what you were supposed to do or you allowed shit to happen that wasn't supposed to happen, you fix all of that. Because you had stuff that you were supposed to do that you didn't do, stuff that you didn't do that you were supposed to do, and stuff that you allowed to happen that you should not have allowed to happen. You have accountability. And when you fix that accountability, then you are able to fix yourself and change yourself and improve yourself for better. But until you have that accountability, you're never going to get any better. And he's going to get married and he's going to have a wife with a kid and probably have 2 more kids after that kid. And he's going to be happy. You're going to be the one that's miserable. He's not going to be miserable. Lola said earlier in the show, why does this man have this much control over your life over the last 4 years that you took up 4 hours and 20 minutes of this podcast dwelling on this man when this man does not give a shit about if you breathe? Nobody should have that much control over you. Lola said that, and I believe it. Nobody should have that much control over you. You should be control over yourself. You say, I don't care about him after 2020 until I saw his profile in 2024. But you still give a shit. You're not supposed to care about that. It was a shock to me, which shouldn't have been because everybody moves on. And that's when my mental state went downhill. But sweetheart, your mental state went downhill because that's what you wanted to do. I still have feelings for him to that. Yeah, you're going to have feelings for him. You never address those feelings for him. That's the whole reason why you're dwelling on it for 4 hours and 30 minutes. You never addressed your feelings for him. You had feelings for him, but apparently what was going on between you and him was not serious enough for him to hang around. And he reflected upon that. He told you don't have to wait for me. He told you that it's your choice to stay here and wait for me to come back. But the odds of me coming back, slim to none. He's telling you this. In 17, you stayed with him till 20. Y'all started in 15. He told you in 17, why is you waiting on me? And then in 20, you decide to say, you know what, this ain't good. So what are you dwelling on in 24? What are you dwelling on in 24? What could you have done differently besides stop fucking with him in 15? What could you have done differently? Save yourself 4 more years between 15 and 20. What else could you have done differently that would have made that better for you? If quit while you was ahead is probably the best thing that you could have done and not stalk him on social media, not dwell on the past. If them are the things that you need to fix, and then the lack of insecurity, cut that shit out, prioritize, focus on this agenda, value yourself first as a person, because I'm going to tell women the same thing I tell men is that your first person accountability requires you to value and prioritize yourself. But while you're valuing and prioritizing yourself, you have to also make sure that if you are interested in and considering trying to find yourself a partner, you need to be interested in and considering how you are going to satisfy your partner, not just selfishly satisfy yourself, but you do not want to sacrifice yourself for your partner. You are supposed to prioritize your partner simply because your partner is willing and capable and able to prioritize you. So you're prioritizing him, he's prioritizing you. If you're prioritizing him and he's not prioritizing you, get rid of him. If she is prioritizing herself and you are prioritizing her and she's not prioritizing you, get rid of her. That's what I say on a uniform basis. She says it's just he was an asshole to me and I'm mad that he's living a good life. Look, he wasn't that big of an asshole. You loved it. You were there. He wasn't that big of an asshole. You carried it on the same way we carried on this conversation for 4.5 hours. You carried it on instead of letting it go because you wanted that. You wanted that toxicity. That's what you wanted. I have the conversation with you because I'm getting paid to sit here. But I would tell you, therapy session would have been 60 minutes, and I would have told you it's time to go. I got another client. But truth is, you wanted that toxicity with him. That's why you were still in it. You wanted that on again, off again toxic relationship. So he didn't treat you like shit. He wasn't an asshole. He did what he said he was going to do. He told you don't wait for him. He told you don't stick around. He told you what was really going on. He showed you that you was not his priority because he only showed up once every 4 months. So if the man showed up, any man on the podcast right now, please tell me, do you show up once every 4 months for a woman that you value? Most men that is coming in the podcast right now would say, nope, that is not the case. Most men would say that if she is valuable to me, how you doing, Red Boy? It's good to see you. Most men would say that if she's valuable to me, then I will give her my undivided attention. Red Boy's got a wife in college. They always seeing one another. They got a long distance relationship. He's in Romania. They always spending time together. They love and care for each other. They was able to work out relationship issues. They able to spend time together. They able to balance. This is the shit that I'm talking about. If you care about somebody, you're not going to sit there and say, oh, I only see him once every 4 months. Fuck out of here. I only see him on the weekends in December. Fuck out of here. That ain't no real relationship. That ain't no real relationship. You love and care for him and this, that, and the third because he showed up and spent a little bit of time with you. Y'all hooked up that day, and then he left again for 4 more months. What kind of fiend behavior is that you get your fix once every 4 months, and you call that a long-term relationship? I'm not willing to establish a connection with somebody that is so far away from me that I can't see them for half a year. Long-term relationships can work, but I'm not that person. Even one of my buddies that I told you earlier today about how he flew to Taiwan. His girlfriend is in Los Angeles right now. He's going to be in Taiwan for his job for 6 months, but he gets to fly back every weekend or every other weekend to go see her. And they talk on the phone all the time. She's going to college. I'm telling him ways to send her little text messages and photos and stuff. Remind her that she is valuable to him, that he is thinking about her while she is not with him. And then take her places, send her gifts, stuff like that. But you don't have to spend money on her. You can literally send her a photo of the stuff that you looked at that you thought about her while she was away. And then when you get back to her, y'all can go do stuff together. Y'all can prioritize your time together. But if you got somebody that doesn't answer the phone, doesn't text you, doesn't show up for 4 months, that's not a committed relationship. That's not a committed relationship. So, and that's when we reconnected again. No, y'all not supposed to reconnect. Ain't no reconnect. I hooked up with you one time 4 months ago. I hook up with you now, and then I don't see you for another 4 months. Ain't no third time if I'm looking for no committed relationship. If I was single the first time I hook up with you, I don't see you for 4 months. We reconnected, we hook up again, and then you disappear out of my life. That's it, bro. I understand in my mind that you are not stable a person for a relationship because you leave in 4 month intervals. So that means that I'm only going to put it with that bullshit for a total of 8 fucking months. Because on the 9th month, I'm like, nah, fuck that. I need commitment. I need some everyday shit. I need some 3 times a week shit. Yo ass only here once every 4 months. That's not good enough for me. And with that, I'm out. I'm going to leave that relationship alone. So for you to be here saying, oh, this is what we're supposed to be doing, and oh, it's good, this, that, and the third. No, I disagree with that. That's not okay. That's not healthy at all. For you to say that it's okay for you to have this man hovering around you 3 times a year, 15 times in 5 years, and you're going to call that a committed relationship. And then he got with this other girl last year, and you stalking this man for the last year, trying to say, oh, you want him to be miserable because he done moved on, got him a woman with a kid, and he's happy. You're not happy. You want him to be miserable. He shouldn't be miserable with you. He shouldn't be miserable just because you're miserable. If you truly love that man as much as you say that you love that man, you want that man to be happy even if he is not with you, especially because he could not be happy with you. He is supposed to be happy when he is not with you because you love him so much. When you love somebody, you want that person to never be sad, to never shed a tear, and to never be miserable. And if you do not have it in your capabilities to provide that for them, you will step aside and let somebody else make that person happy, because that is in your heart of hearts. What you want is for that person to be happy. So it makes no fucking sense for you to say that you want this man to be miserable. That's a toxic anchor to have in your life. So are you saying I should more upfront with him and maybe should have straightened it out? Yeah, you should have been more upfront with him within the first 90 days. You should have been able to put your foot down between the first hookup and the second hookup. You should have been able to be straight up with him within that first 8 months, since you want to see him once every 4 months. Within that first year that you want to see him 3 times in a year, you understand this is not going to be a serious relationship. And at that point, if he's not committing to you, I'm out the door, is your behavior. First person accountability. And that's what I tell everybody. You're not gonna dwell on no man waiting on him to come back round. Ain't nobody look at the people who travel for their job, the pro wrestlers who's got wives that live in one state and they travel 52 states a year. Them men get to go back to their wives. They not missing their wife. They get to call them, they get to fly out, they get to fly back, on again, off again with the job. But they're always able to spend time with their family when they're not at work. They're able to call their wives and video chat with their wives and send them tickets to the show and get them hotel rooms and fly around the country with them when they start doing tours around the world, because the WWE doesn't just stay in the United States, they fly all over the world. If a man is got to travel for work, he gonna want to take his woman with him. Now your ass don't want to go, you're gonna have to wait till I get back. But if a man travel for work, he's gonna want to take his woman with him, because he's not gonna want to be separate from the woman that he wants. But if you're not the woman that he wants, and he lets you know that by not being present, the absence and ignoring is key signs that you are not the woman that he wants. Because when a man wants a woman, he will find her. He will find her. Like Neil Easton off that movie Taken. If a man wants a woman, he will find her. Okay? So if he ain't looking for your ass, he don't want your ass. Okay? Last comment, because we got to wrap things up. I gotta take me a short break and then get some other things done before my 7 o'clock situation. You say sometimes I go to the next city over. I feel like I'm gonna fall apart if I see him. I get this overwhelming feeling of dread sometimes. Well, then stop taking your ass to that goddamn city. That ain't your city. You don't live there. Go to a different city. Go find some fun shit to do somewhere else. Don't go to that man's neighborhood hoping that you don't run into him, because that's a stupid behavior to have. You should not go to this man's neighborhood or anywhere that you think or believe that this man would go for entertainment and call yourself hoping that you don't run into him. If he goes to the movies in this city, if he goes to the mall in this city, if he shops at the grocery store in this city, that's a city you don't go to. Because I'm going to tell you what, his ass ain't in your city talking about some, I hope I don't run into her. I hope I don't run into her. That's not what's going to happen. He was going to have a fight in my city by his match in particular got canceled because his ass wasn't trying to be in your city. Showing you better, he can tell you now. No, I ain't going over there. We got to fight somewhere else. But that's all I have for y'all today. Barbara, you make sure that you subscribe. You can join the membership. You can also send us comments after the show. Nah, I think the promoters canceled it. That's true too. The promoters could have canceled it. One of the fighters could have got sick. See what happened with the Mike Tyson fight. Took like 2 years to make that shit happen, and then the dude like kind of quit. So, there's that. Fights get canceled a lot, but the whole thing in a nutshell is that he wasn't going to your city. Outside of getting that ring and getting beat up, he wasn't going to your city. So don't go to his city. Leave his city should be X off of your things to do in your life. You should go somewhere else. But yeah, we could carry on the conversation in the chats after the show. You can also send us some messages in our members hub. Because all of our shows actually are up there for at least several months before I take them down, because I do got to rotate out a lot of videos coming soon. But we're making short out a lot of these videos, so you'll see some of the stuff coming back up in due time, especially a 4 hour and 35 minute. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of shorts. But make sure that you guys like and subscribe if you haven't done so yet. Join the membership when we have our members only conversations, those dark, underrated conversations where the community guidelines can be stretched a little bit thinner. We're live 7 days a week, 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 5 Pacific. And we really appreciate you guys coming. I'm going to go ahead and sign out of TikTok first. Ladies, while I got you ladies on here, I'm going to tell you, ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, we're going to ask you ladies to make it make sense. So ladies, make it make sense. And for the rest of y'all on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch that are still following us, I really appreciate you guys coming to the show. You guys always make it very, very interesting. I really appreciate you guys coming to the show and putting your 2 cents in, because you guys are very important to our success. So we really appreciate you guys coming out. And yeah, tomorrow, what are we doing tomorrow? These guys, they just asked me what's going on with the podcast. I don't know what's going on with the podcast, buddy. They asked me a shit ton of questions. That's what's going on with the podcast, buddy. Let's see. We've got some relationship style topics coming up tomorrow that are let me double check. Let me double check, because we've got, for the rest of the month is up here. Actually, they're going as far out as the 28th of October. So I'm gonna try to be a little bit more diligent with getting another 15 or 20 more shows up for October, so that we have a 30-day rollout. But one of the reasons why I haven't put it up there was because I was talking to you guys on Monday about the Halloween thing, going in depth about that. And then we talked about I was supposed to be doing one with the investor, because I actually just got one of those sponsors going to be having a guest star up on the show. So that was something I wanted to factor in. And then there was another topic I wanted to do, and I forgot to write it down. So I'm going to be changing up the lineup and trying to get things done for to have some people come to the show and change the dynamic a little bit. Not really change the dynamic, but really try to give you guys more insight on more things, because I'm not just here to bitch about the opposite sex and try to make them seem like they're not doing what they're supposed to do. I'm a big fan of trying to help people improve themselves and make better decisions, as well as being able to improve their finances. So tomorrow we're going to be talking about stop being a pushover and take control of your decision-making process, which is kind of what we were talking about today. But we're going to be doing that on a more grander scale. And then we're going to be talking about the guides to improving your inner circle in 2024, which is a little bit of what we talked about last time. But this time we're going to be going from a different approach, because we talked about your inner circle before and how you can benefit from having valuable people in your inner circle versus not having people that are making positive decisions in your inner circle, and what you should look for in better quality people in your inner circle is what we're going to be talking about this time. And then we're going to be doing some Q&As on Sunday from some of the members that have put their 2 cents up. We're going to be making a lot of we're going to be listening to a lot of comments and statements from them, and then we're going to go in on those. And then on Monday, we're going to be talking about the ups and downs of tax liens and what we can do to avoid them. So I really wanted to make sure that we cover all of those bases. I really appreciate you guys again. Thank you very much. Stay tuned, 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 5 Pacific. Please make sure that you guys come whenever you can. And I will see you tomorrow. So thank you for coming to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between.